I'm amazing. I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Oh, what the hell? Oh, he killed me.
I'm getting brutally slaughtered.
No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident. Oh, was that a triple collab? Get up! No! Ah! No! Get up! Get up! No! Oh! No! Why this happened to me? Oh! What did I do? It's an accident. Oh, what? What? Why? Why? What? I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water bucket thing.
Nice.
Don't touch it. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
Oh my god, that is way too white. I'm such an idiot. One moment, please. I'm such a noob. I have so much to talk about. Okay, that's slightly less white. And that is better? I can't tell. I'm so off right now. I'm off my A game. Every time I'm off my A game. Anyway, doing white face. Like you were on the screen for a sec. Oh yeah, every 5 minutes I mean every stream. Every stream I show
Monkey do bad.
5 minutes. Thanks
bad.
for the monkey. Ooh, I added some. I have a lot of news to talk about. But every stream there's like starting soon things. No, I forgot to take off Earthquake. That was supposed to be for later. Wait, thank you for reminding me actually. Uh-oh. 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 You see, I'm so off today. But you guys will understand why. Okay? You guys will understand why I'm off. The 1 point redeem is gone. Dragonite easily S tier. Yeah, we'll get to that. So basically, let me tell you guys what happened. Jesus Christ, I'm having an aneurysm. I've added Bing Bong, as you can see, and one more reward. Can the earthquake stop? Oh, it listened. And one more reward, okay? You guys could check those out and stuff. But something crazy happened. Like, really crazy. Like, actually, something really... It's not good. I don't know why I'm smiling. So I'm gonna put sad music if I could freaking find it. Eternal Earthquake. Basically, something really bad happened. Okay, it's not that bad. Everything got deleted. Okay? And when I say everything, I mean not everything. If you guys know what OBS is, it's basically the software used to stream on Twitch. I had a bunch of stuff on OBS to have the stream avatars on the bottom, to like zoom into my face and all these other things, right? So I was adding some new thing yesterday, and randomly it just deleted. Half my sources deleted. Like legit just deleted. So I had to replace everything. It took me like 3-4 hours to replace everything. And it was like one of the worst things ever. I was so freaking mad. And I tried to use like a backup file too, and it didn't work. So that sucked. But it's almost complete. I think I fixed almost everything. There's like 1 or 2 more things I have to fix. And we have new rewards, so that's cool too. What else? We have another announcement. I guess I should press something for it. I had to fix everything, so like I'm lost now a little bit. Because it's a bit situated a bit differently now. But it is what it is. Okay, guys? We have an announcement. Another announcement. Well, this is an actual announcement. Alright? In 5 seconds. Wait, I should do an effect. Yeah, let's do this effect. The announcement. Can anyone guess what the announcement is, actually? That's more interesting. And by the way, how is everyone? I usually ask. How are you, Dr. Pigeons? Nathan, Diego, I hope you're getting better. Nathan, how's your 24-hour stream, by the way? Did you... I woke up, I tried to look it up, it wasn't there. How are you, Doctor? But yeah, you're gay. Wow, thanks, bro. Oh, is that the announcement? You know, I have friends that make that joke, too, to me. I wonder why. Anyway, I also added that echo. I don't know if that echo really sounds echoey, but hopefully it does. Wait. Cream ca... Nope, not that one. Estoy bien. Good to hear. The other thing... Wait, I'm too slow. I'm telling you, everything is I'm off. But I'm gonna fix it. Where is the button? I'm actually dumb. Oh, I think I could just do this. Yeah, I could just... The last announcement is... Doctor is now a mod. Boom, congratulations. He applied and he met everything, and now he is mod. So yeah. Congratulations. Hey, see the mod thingy? Yo, Chris, what's up? You forgot about me? I said Mac, didn't I? Well, if I forgot, my apologies. I almost passed it, but I gave up. Oh, damn. How many hours did you spend? Did you end up streaming it? Hey, you, hey. I need help from you. What's up? You can't be mod and VIP? Wait, what? Oh. That's awkward. So, do you want the, you want the points back for VIP? I didn't even realize that, to be honest. What do you need help with, pigeons? And how you doing, Chris? 12 hours. Bro, you did a 12-hour stream. That's not a small feat for most people. So, congrats on that. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much all the announcements for now. We're gonna do reacting. We're gonna do tier list, I mean, and then we're gonna play some Pokemon, and then after Pokemon, I added the Pokédex thing, so you guys will see that. Oh, thanks for the stretch. Are you good at 6th grade math? Yeah, I think I'm okay on 6th grade math. Nah, it's fine. Can I just live as a VIP for the rest of the year before I become mod? Fine, you're not mod. What type of Discord role you want for VIP? Discord role VIP. That makes sense, but what should I give you for VIP? Let me know, I'll think about it. I'm on 5th grade, I'm doing 6th grade math. Oh, damn. Give me your soul. Yeah, let's cut to the chase. How you doing, though, Chris? Hello there. Look at that. That's not perfect. Why? Why is... I hate when that happens. Hey, there we go. No, now it's showing the other thing. I swear. I wish I had a better green screen. Look, you could see it a bit on the side. Okay, that's better. Whatever. Just pretend you can't see anything. Good studying. Hey, nice. I'm doing good. Hey, Nick, what's up? I actually thought about contacting you today. I haven't talked to you in so long. Nick Plays 94. Is that a new one? No, that's not a new one. That's the new one, but not a new one. I didn't even recognize the username for a second. Thanks for saying hi. Have a good one, Nick. Thanks for popping in. Where's my buy button? All my buttons are all over the place now. Oh, there it is. Hi there. It's hello there. What's up, Shisho? Happy birthday. I don't know, you can think about it, but it probably makes sense, especially as more people get it to have a role that shows VIPs or even a special VIP channel. Okay. I'll think about it. Do you know this problem? Multiply, express each answer as a decimal. Shh. What's the actual question? Like, what do you need to multiply? It's been a while. This week for sure. This week for sure we'll talk. All right. Just change the name. Yeah, been a while. Here dot popped up. Here dot? Since I popped up. Yeah. Bing bong. I added that reward since Dinal asked the other day. Yeah, I gotta talk to you, Nick and Chris. The middle dot? I don't know what the middle dot is, to be honest. This is the decimal point, huh? 0.60? Christmas parties this Friday. Come through. No, I don't have money to go to California right now. What I can do though is I can pause this music and I could do the happy birthday song for Shisho. Happy birthday to you. I'm sorry if this is cringe. Happy birthday to Shisho. Happy birthday to you. Wow, I put so much of my heart into that. Yo, that's so cute. Yeah. I know my happy birthday songs. Is it 0.6? I never thought of it like that. Yeah, 0.6. It's almost, it's like 0.5 is 1/2 is the same as 1/2. 0.6 is the same as 6/10, which you could simplify to something. Can PP add horny PP reward? What would that be? Maybe. I'm going before the song. Okay. See you in I'm away for 2 days, but speak when I'm back. Okay. Thanks for popping in. 0.26 is the 12. The middle dot is just... Oh, it could be a... Yeah. If the dot is in the middle, then it's multiplication. It's the same as the x. If the dot is below, then it's the decimal point. Oh, I see. It's 0.2 times 60, maybe. Which would be a number. Which is what? 20% of 60? 10% of 60 is 6, so it's 12. I'm a genius. It's TTS saying PP horny. I don't know about that, Nathan, but I might make a an emote for horny. Hey, I kind of helped out too. Just kidding. Okay. Should we get started? No, we shan't. Because I have to press all these buttons. Yes? Yes. You have to give VIP back. It got rid of it. Ah, I guess it did get rid of it. How do I... Oh, here it is. I get so confused with it sometimes. It's like so dumb the way... No, it says you have a VIP badge. So, I don't know what to say. Da, da, da. I'll do it again though. Da, do, da, 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 da. VIP. Okay, I give it back to you again. It said you have it, but it said you didn't have it at the same time. Very weird. All right, let's start. Okay, this is part 3 of the cutest Pokemon of Generation 1 tier list. If you haven't watched the first 2 parts, watch those first, and let's get started. Oh, no, it should show now, Doctor. I put it so it could show, I think. All right. Let's get started. The first Pokemon we have. What is it? It's been so long. Where's the stupid thing? Oh, here it is. First Pokemon we have is Aerodactyl, okay? Aerodactyl got a huge mouth. You know, you could do a lot of things with that mouth, if you know what I mean. But I think for me, it's just gonna have to be like average. He's not really cute. He might be kind of cool looking, but he's not cute. Also, let me take out this transition. I'm gonna put no transition because I don't like how it transitions like that. Okay. Now everything is fixed. Next, we got a Alolan Executor. Okay. You can't even see this guy's head. He's just... No. He's ugly. You can't even... And you don't want to see his head. His head is actually nasty. It's actually terrible. So, I think we're going to put him in ugly. I think that's an easy one. We do have a lot of very cute Pokemon here, though. I'm not going to lie. Next, we got a Alolan Marowak. He looks really cool. Not really cute. I mean, he looks cool.
but there's no cuteness in him. Which is different with Marowak, which we'll get to later. I'd say he's like, he's not really cute, you know? Oh my god, the next Pokemon, guys. The next Pokemon has freaking bird feet. How many Pokemon have bird feet? But surprisingly, it actually looks cool. It actually looks cool and beautiful and very cute. I'm gonna put it in the very cute category, even with those feet. Okay. Hey, what's up, Cashew? How are you? The new reward? What is the new reward? Well, we have two. We have Bing Bong, and there should be, if you scroll all the way down to 999 points, that's the new reward as well. Oh, Cubone? You guys might not like what I say about Cubone, but we'll get there. I was just joking. Or am I? By the way, let me know if you hear echo right now. That should be an echo effect, or some sort of effect. And it should be gone now. What sucks is I can't hear it. Which really sucks, because I don't know if I pressed it or not. I need to find a workaround for that. Anyway, next Pokemon. A cute Pokemon, but... Wait, let me press. Lol. That's the one. That... Did you guys, is it cool? Is it cool? That's amazing. Hey, I'm happy you like it. I didn't make it, but I didn't steal it either, so it's okay. There's some great YouTubers who have great stuff for stream, some of which I've adapted into my own stream. That is one of them. Wasted. Anyway, let's move on. We got Chansey. Cute Pokemon, without a doubt. Okay? But look at those eyes. What the hell is going on with those eyes, okay? Those eyes make it like it's staring into your soul, and it's gonna... Actually, they don't look too bad. They actually look pretty good. Initially, I thought they didn't look that good, but... I'd say it's pretty cute. I'll go with pretty cute. I think that's fair. Oh, the thing happened again. It overrides my transitions. I'm not... But yeah. How you doing though, Cashew? How's life? Next Pokemon. Cubone. Okay? I'm usually pretty controversial with these lists, but I can't lie. Cubone is insanely cute. Like, he got that fluffy stomach. He got, you know, he's like a little cute kid. Like a cute kid. That sounds really weird, but I mean, like, what I mean is he looks cute. I think, you know, I think that's fair. Even though he's wearing the skull of his dead mother, he's very cute, okay? Probably the cutest that we have so far. Yeah, exactly. Got that dead mom skull. Super cute. Next Pokemon. Next meme. Ditto. Okay? Ditto has ugly eyes. I think it just looks disgusting. Okay? Ugly. Easy ugly. We have a lot of extremes for this section of Pokemon, but it's just ugly. It's just ugly. And I don't think that's really debatable. So, yes. Next Pokemon, we got freaking Dragonair. Okay, Dragonair is a very beautiful Pokemon, but since this is a cute list and not beautiful list or cool list, I think he's pretty cute. You know? Or she, or whatever. It has that face. It has like a Squirtle face. Oh my god. If you put Squirtle side by side with Dragonair, I think they have the same exact face. I just realized that. What's up, Prince? How you doing, bro? How are you doing? Next Pokemon. I'm doing all right. I mean, some good stuff, some bad stuff. a lot of my stuff on OBS got like screwed up, so I spent like 3, 4, 5 hours trying to fix it, and I almost have everything fixed, but that was frustrating. But we have new reward and good vibes, so that's good also. What was the announcement? Or did you, yeah, basically, oh, the announcement? Doctor was gonna be mod, but he doesn't want to be mod yet. He said, I want to be mod in January. So I'm like, okay, fine. Because he wants to keep the VIP for now. Next thingy. Next we got Dragonite. Okay, Dragonite is freaking wow. Okay, Dragonite is freaking super cute. All right, I've used him in countless Nuzlocks, and he was just amazing. He got those like chicken legs, but they're really hot chicken legs, kind of like Cubone, and I can really respect that about these two. They just got really nice legs, you know, really nice legs. I realize that sounds very weird, but next, Pokemon, baby. Uh-oh, no more tier 1 sub. Aw. VIP supremacy. Dragonite got them drumsticks? Yes, he does, baby. Next Pokemon is Dratini. Dratini is actually super cute as well. I really have nothing else to say here. It's like a worm, but a cute worm. It's really weird. I don't know why, but it's really cute. So we're gonna put him at a top tier. Excuse me, top tier cuteness. Articuno's freaking weird legs. I know they kind of fit for him, but I can't. I don't know. They kind of put him at the low tier of very cute, in my opinion. So that's why I put him there. Funny little blue snake, go brr. Exactly. He got the mobility scooter legs. Does he? I guess. I never thought of that. Ooh, you know what else I added, guys? You know what else I added, which is really cool? Look at this. Yo, isn't that cool? I could just press a button now and move everything. So if we're playing a different game, boom. You know, if we're watching a video and someone's face is on the top left, boom. You know? It's like, I feel like it's cool. Can I make a request for who you rate on Friday? On Thursday night? Because we don't really stream Friday, but I guess that counts as Thursday night. Sure. Would birds with human feet be better? No, it would be equal. I don't know. It just looks so beautiful, and then it has the bird feet, and it's just so weird. I know it's a bird, but I don't know. You forgot about that? Yeah. Sumimasen. Should I start streaming on Fridays? Friday was my rest day. And Sunday. Oh, let's see. But we might start. I do want to start streaming more in the future, though. When I have a financial stability to stream more and stuff. You know what I mean? Next Pokemon, we got Ibui, as they say in Japanese. Okay? Ibui is a very sexy, cute Pokemon. Very hot. Very sexy. No, he's just cute, okay? He's just a cute Pokemon. I'd put him at very cute as well. I think this list has an insane amount of very cute Pokemon. I mean, he's just the eyes, the circular head. He's brown like me. Like, he got a cool fur. Got a bushy tail. That's kind of weird, but you know what? Bushy brows. I don't know. It's okay, I think. Probably not, since it gives a good transition to Saturday for reacting as well as Sunday for back to gaming. Wait, probably not. What? It's probably not good to stream on Friday, since it gives a good transition to Saturday for reacting. Ah, I see what you mean. Well, Sunday we don't stream either. Very cold take. Bird looks so stupid. They try to be all bipedal, but they have no arms, so they look like they're trying to square up with the dudes. There's probably videos of that. Friday and Sunday are your rest day, like you said. Well, yeah, but I could make Sunday a day of streaming too. I would just have to change some stuff up, I think. Oh, you know what my brother told me today? There's this new word. I don't know if this is I'm a boomer. Like when I was a kid, people used to say brick, and that meant cold. You know, it's cold outside, baby. It's cold outside. But my brother, he says, damn it, I forgot. I wanted to remember to tell you guys. He says like they say something like peg. Like it's some peg. that means something else completely. But like something like to do a handshake. Okay, I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Keep that as your rest day, unless you actually want to. I do, but I think in the future I definitely will. Not now, though. Unless you actually feel like it. Yep. I took a picture of my bird in mid-air for my photography class, and it looks so stupid. Dap, yes! Oh my god, how'd you know that? Yeah, he was saying dap. He's like, oh, yeah, he dapped me? Or he said he dapped up? He dapped me up? He dapped me up. I think he said he dapped me up. And I was like, what the hell? He dapped me up? I was like, what the hell does that mean? He dapped me up. That sounds so wrong. But apparently it's just this or whatever. Send a picture of your bird if you want, Doctor, in Discord. I want to see your bird. No pegging or getting pegged on stream. Damn it. Dap. You see, I'm a boomer. I don't know these things. Next. Pokemon. We got Electabuzz. Electabuzz pretty ugly. He has... I mean, he looks He's not ugly. He looks He's just not cute at all. You know, he's just a guy. He's just chilling. He looks like a normal guy I'd see on the street. Damn. That could have turned very racial. If I made it. But I didn't make it racial. So I'm a good guy. Alright, next Pokemon. What you mean? Dap it up? I don't know. It sounds weird. Next Pokemon. Oh yeah, I wanted to make a note to maybe do a tier list on sayings. I think that would be funny. Like dap it up or whatever. Dap it up. Boomer reacts to sayings or something. I don't know. Next. No, the no pegging on stream thing. You said damn it. I said no such thing. Next Pokemon. Execute. I mean, execute is just a bunch of eggs. It's just, it's not even looking cute. One of them is broken. I mean, why does this exist? I don't know. But it exists. Can you clip this guy for me? Hey, what do you mean this guy? I have a name. Executor just has dumb eyes. It just looks like a dumbass. Sorry for the language, but it just looks really dumb. And listen, some Pokemon can look cute when it looks dumb, as we saw in previous videos that we've done looking at Pokemon, but this one just looks dumb. I would say it's pretty maybe average, but no, okay. Flareon is very cute, maybe super cute. The more I think about it, I think Articuno is maybe not as cute as I thought. Okay, he's just pretty cute. Like everyone in cute tier is like freaking top tier cuteness, you know? Articuno doesn't really... He looks beautiful, and then the stupid legs, the bird legs, just ruin it. And the... I don't know. High key don't know how to clip. Can you clip on mobile? I don't know if you can. Let's look it up. Can you clip on Twitch mobile? Tap the share icon and tap create clip at the bottom of the share options. Tap the screen during the stream. Tap on the create clip button on the video player. You guys can. You guys are noobs on Twitch. I am too, though. I don't know. Okay, Galarian Articuno looks just kind of weird. I don't know what to feel about it. It either looks really cool or really dumb. In terms of cuteness level, I can't really say. I'm just gonna put it on average. The silky smooth sexiness of its tail makes it look pretty good, but I think that's about it. Next we got Galarian Moltres. Looks very cool. The only time where chicken legs actually looks good. Like, look at that. Does that not actually look good? I feel like that looks so good. That's how you're supposed to make legs. red. Just color them in and it'll look better. Oh yeah, and I forgot. Eggs. So because it looks cute, I would put it at like, I mean, it doesn't look cute, but it looks really cool. I'm not gonna lie. Doesn't look cute at all, so I'll just say you know. Next we got ugly Pokemon, okay? Galarian Mr. Mime just looks ugly. He got the dumb face, which makes it look kind of cute, but what are those colors? Like, who approved these colors in the studio? Like, it just looks disgustingly terrible. I don't understand why they made this. Like, what shades of blue and green were they using? It's really weird. Okay, this next Pokemon, guys, what the hell is this? Okay? They literally, this is what they did. They took a top hat, okay? They took a top hat, and they just went, there's a new Pokemon! And that's what they did. And this is what they made. Like, why? And they made the top hat, like, 70 feet tall, and the guy has a freaking green mustache. Like, no. This is the ugliest Pokemon so far. Possibly in existence. Why? Why do you exist? Anyway. I sent it in gallery. Kind of a bad photo because it was dark in my room, but you can see what I mean. So you actually can clip on mobile. Yep. I couldn't clip the specific one because it was too far away, so you got lucky this time. You could rewind on Twitch now as well, but yeah, don't worry about it. Because I'm not worrying about it. Alright, let's check the Discord. Oh yeah, if anyone wants to join the Discord, you could see pictures we sent each other. That sounds really weird. So... Oh damn, your bird looks so funny. Is that a parrot? Where is its legs? Is that its pee-pee? I can't tell. Is it horny? Jesus, I would be scared if I lived with that. It looks like it's about to, like, demolish me in bed. Damn, Shisho, that looks amazing. That looks amazing. He's cooking for his family. That's awesome. I rewinded a bit, but it was too far back. I gotcha. Those are feet. Birds don't have dicks. Wait, they don't? Do birds have... Oh my god, I'm not the only one who searches this. Most birds don't have such bragging rights. However, males in 97% of bird species have tiny penises or lack them entirely. Instead, they shoot sperm into a female bird's body through an exit called a cloaca. The absent bird penis is a head scratcher. A head scratcher. It doesn't scratch something else, if you know what I mean. For scientists who study animal reproduction. The more you know. Anyway, we got to Galarian Zapdos. Pretty cool looking Pokemon. Cool looking feet for a bird. I'll be honest, Galarian forms of the birds actually have pretty good looking feet. Like, I would smash. I'd put it at pretty average. It kind of looks... Nah, it doesn't really look cute. I'll put it next to Galarian Moltres. You know, it looks cool. Maybe a little cuter, but not as cool as Galarian Moltres. Next, we got Gigantamax Eevee. A really big boy. I don't know, with like the whole fur just covers its entire body. Like, does that really make it cute? Like, maybe pretty cute? It's hard to say. It kind of just ruins the aesthetic. It's like they got lazy with the art style or something. It just looks weird to me. I'm gonna be back in maybe 30 minutes. Gonna go tell the guy I wanted you to try and raid. You couldn't because I forgot you don't raid on Friday. Well, I mean, I could raid on Thursday night, which is Friday, but I don't know what time. But okay. Okay, we got another Gigantamax Pokemon. Listen, like, look at Lapras here. Like, freaking divine, beautiful, majestic. What the hell did they do to this? They made it look like legit, like a Alolan Executor. Like, why? Why are you ruining these Pokemon? It's not ugly, but it's not cute. I think it's one of the worst Pokemon. Snorlax has a forest on him. I mean, Is that supposed to be cute or cool? I'd say it's average, maybe. It kind of looks cute that there's a freaking forest growing out of his stomach, I guess. See you soon. All right, see you, bro. Bye-bye button. There it is. I'm getting used to pressing all the buttons again. It's all good, no worries. I just forgot. The reason I was asking you is because you said you like RuneScape. He says he plays it Friday. Depending on what time he plays it on Friday, it's possible, but I'm assuming it's not like 1 a.m. in the morning. No worries. Next Pokemon we got in here is Goldeen. Goldeen actually looking kind of cute with those lips. Like, I would make out with Goldeen if I was a Pokemon. But I don't think anyone would. So I think that's kind of what makes it not the best. Like, I don't know if anyone would just want to do that. I'll probably put it at pretty cute. I feel like because it's trying to say like, oh, you think you're all that? Like, it thinks it's so good for us, and it has a horn on top. I don't know. There's something about its aesthetic that doesn't make it very cute to me. But, you know, that's just my opinion. Next, we got Gyarados. Obviously not a cute-looking Pokemon. We'll probably put him around here. He's an average-looking guy, cuteness level-wise. So when it's a fish, it's a no-go, but y'all can have a whole sausage fest over Vaporeon? Ooh, hell yeah, bro. We're gonna get to Vaporeon, too. And then a big a big sausage fest. How is Ditto ugly? Look at its eyes. Yeah, its eyes are literally a dot that stares into your soul forever and tries to, like, demolish you and, like, have sexual relations with you. That's the type of Pokemon Ditto looks like. It's ugly. It's disgusting. I'm happy we have something that's controversial. No way, no. Bro, Ditto is so weird. If Ditto got close to me, I would kick it in its face and hope it doesn't transform into a freaking Mewtwo. That's what I would do. But that's just me. Next, we got Hitmon. Ditto can look like anything, so it's inherently the most beautiful thing possible. Or the ugliest thing possible. Ooh, Gotti. Okay, Hitmonchan is pretty hot, alright? I would say wow if I saw Hitmon. Like, this man wore a skirt before it became cool to wear a skirt. You know, that's respect. In terms of cuteness, though, not really cute. I'll put him in average. Hitmonlee's not even wearing pants. Like, I don't even know how the hell this body is made. It just looks insane to me. I'd put it at ugly. It just doesn't make sense. Next, we got Horsey. Horsey is mad cute, okay? Like, look at that little squiggly line. Look at that wing. You know, it's like a wing of a horsey, you know? It has that very cute eye. It has a nice, like, Jewish nose. I'm Jewish. I could say that. It's okay, guys. Don't cancel me. So I think Horsey is, like, pretty good, you know? In my humble opinion. Jolteon looks very cool. Pretty cute. Not really that cute. Looks more cool than cute. Like, I wouldn't... Oh, what just happened? Uh-oh. Okay. I wouldn't want to do anything with Jolteon. It has all those spikes. I wouldn't want to get near it. I can't even, you know... Guys. Jinx is one of the ugliest Pokemon. I don't know if you guys know this, but they've literally, like, changed the design of Jinx because it was argued that Nintendo kind of made it look racist. So Jinx used to be not purple. And to be honest, it being purple, it just looks really bad. So I think I'm gonna put that at, like, almost top tier ugly. I think that's fair. Jolteon is like sticking your in an outlet. That's pretty hot. I'm still confused how 0.2 times 60 is 12. All right, so 0.2, you want to do... You want to do 2... Okay, you want to... Ooh, wait, can I use paint? Can I... I'll show you exactly how to do it, okay? I got you, bro. I got you. I got you. Wait, I don't know how to do paint. One moment, please. Display capture. Paint. Oh, God. That is not what I want you guys to see. But you know what? I could show it to you guys like this. I'll fix this for the future, okay? This is paint, alright?
PP horny dicks in PP bussy JK bussy dick.
Thanks, Nathan. This is how I used to do it, okay? 0.2. Okay. You do that times 60. Oh my god, I'm so good at math. Okay. The first thing I would do is move the decimal point all the way to the side. Okay, so now it becomes 2. But because you moved it to the side here, you have to... 60... I should say this first. 60 is the same as 60... Oh my god, it's so hard to use this. What the hell? 60.0. Okay? So just imagine there's a point over here. 0.0. It's the same exact thing. So when you move this to the right, you have to move this one to the left. And you're left with 2 times 6, which equals 12. And that's one way of doing it. Such a genius. All right, anyway, I don't know if that was helpful. That kids is Common Core. The other way, the way I do it nowadays, that's how I used to do it when I was a kid. The way I do it nowadays is I would say, what's 10%? Because 0.2 is the same as 20%. But that's a little more complicated, I think. What's 20% of 60? That's more math. So let me think, what's 10% of 60? That's 6, right? 6 divided by 10 is 6. And then multiply it by 2 and you get 20%, which is 12. But yeah, I hope that helped. Anyway. Next, we got Kabuto. Kabuto got them ugly eyes. No offense to Kabuto. I'd say it's an L-looking Pokemon. Nothing too special. Kind of cute looking for some reason. I guess because of the circular features it has. Circular features seem to make Pokemon cuter. We got Kabutops as well. Kind of an ugly Pokemon, I can't lie. You know. Kangaskhan looks kind of cool. I mean, the baby sitting in its pouch just looks so cute. You know. You can't really see it, and Kangaskhan is the bigger picture here. So I would put him in average, maybe high tier average. The baby's not a big part of this. Oh, sorry. Coughing is kind of what I was talking about before. Excuse me. Coughing is what I was talking about before, kind of. The dumb kind of cute. It looks pretty cute. I'm not gonna lie. It looks kind of dumb, but it looks like playfully dumb. Like, it, you know, probably, you know, maybe I shouldn't make fun of noises, sounds, and stuff. Then we got Lapras, a beautiful looking creature, but not really that cute. Kind of reminds me of Dragonair in a way. I'd probably put this at, I'd have to put it here because I don't know if Jolteon is cuter than Lapras, to be honest. Are you ranking every single one? Hell yeah. Well, we already ranked 2/3 of all of them, so we don't have too many for this one. Coughing invests in Dogecoin. Next we got Lickitung, and if you want someone to lick ya, Lickitung gets it done. I think we'll put him at average. He's kind of thick, but not the good type of thick. I don't know. It's debatable, though. I could see him being put higher up. You know, maybe here. We got Magikarp. He's just the dumb-looking dumb. Not really cute at all. He just looks kind of just stupid. Does not look cute. Okay. Maybe in the category. The more I look at it, Aerodactyl's freaking mouth just... No, I think he has to go down as well. Okay. Next we got freaking Magmar. That sounded weird, but okay. Gomen nasai. Next we got Magmar. Magmar looks pretty cool. He got the cool legs like Cubone and Dragonite. I don't know what it is with those chicken legs. They just look cool. So I'm gonna have to put Magmar not that high because everything else about him kind of sucks and he has this chicken face that does not look cute. I'd put him at average. Low tier average, I think is fair. Next we got Marowak. Pretty cute. He looks really cool now. You know, he doesn't look as cute because he's like an adult now. But he looks so cool as a Pokemon, you know? But nothing like those, you know, those, nothing like Cubone. Nothing like those plump. Nothing like Cubone. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it at that. Okay. Next Pokemon is... what is this? Mega Aerodactyl? I mean, this just looks terrible. This looks like the bad guy from My Hero Academy, the newest season. That's what this looks like. It just looks really bad. He looks really ugly. There's a lot of ugly guys in this list, actually, and very cute ones as well. Mega Gyarados looks ugly too. I don't know what the hell they did to his back. It's like a guy who goes to the gym. Hey, Stream Elements. It's like the guy who goes to the gym and is really buff, but doesn't work out his like legs. I don't understand what the hell they were doing here. Maybe Jinx is worse. And Ditto is slightly better, I think. I'm very happy that Cubone is still at the top. Highest IQ list you've had. Let's go! Okay. Next we got Mega Kangaskhan. Okay. Can we just say, wow? Because this Pokemon actually looks great. It looks so cute. Like, they should have made a pre-evolution for this Pokemon for the baby, because it just looks super duper cute. And like how the dad is going like, yeah! And the baby is like going like, yeah! You know, it just looks really, really good. It looks very cute. You know, it's kind of double the cuteness or 1.5 times the cuteness. I would say it's pretty high tier cuteness level. It's very hard to label which one is the best, but I'll probably put him over there. If you move the decimal to the end, you move it to the left on the second number. That's complicated. But that's exactly what it is, yeah. And the amount of places, you move it the same amount. So if you had 0.1 times 5, or you had 0.1 times 0.2, you're doing the same thing. So it would be 1 times... Oh, I guess it could get complicated, actually. Maybe that's not the best. Maybe don't listen to me. It's integrating with long polynomial division. But moving the decimal does work, I think. 0.1 times 0.2 would be what? Jesus, I don't remember my math. But move it to the... You move the decimal and then you move it on the left. I remember learning it that way in school. Next we got Mega Pinsir. I don't know what... I mean, it looks kind of cool. It looks like a bug whose wings are way too big. So because of that, he's I mean, he looks cool, but not cute at all, really. I wouldn't call him ugly, though. That's just my opinion. We got the Mega Big Boys coming up, you know. Mega X Mewtwo, not cute at all. Almost ugly tier. I don't know, he doesn't look that cute. Mega Y looks really cool, but not cute also. He has like a semen head. I don't know if that's very understandable. So, you know, I don't know where I would put this, but probably not too high. Yeah, I'd probably put him around the category. I think that's fair as well. I kind of like it, but you're right, Doctor. I must sing the hate song. What's the hate song? It's a 10th of 0.2. Yeah, but if you move it, so 0.1 times 0.2, you basically want to get rid of all the decimals to make it easier for the math, right? So if you do 0.1 times 0.2 and you move it, it becomes 1 times 0.02, which would be 0.02. Oh yeah, so moving it to the left and moving it to the right would still work, Pigeons, if you would want to do that. Next we got Mew. Mew is a freaking insanely cute, okay? At the same time, it kind of looks like a weird Pokemon. It just looks like a weirdo. Okay, it's all naked. It flaunts itself. It looks like it's... Why would you do that? Why would you go all naked out in public like that? Like, I wouldn't do that. But, you know, Mew does that. So, I don't know. Still very cute. Maybe a lower tier very cute. It's very hard to say because it still has a cute face. So, you know, Mew is there. Mewtwo, very cool. Not very cute. Its three-fingered hand is kind of weird. Kind of cool, but weird at the same time. Also very naked and showing off its very long tail. It's a very long tail. So I'll probably put it at, like, average. I think it's an average-looking Pokemon. Moltres, very cool-looking Pokemon, but not too... Actually, kind of cute. Pretty cute. I don't know what it is about it. It just... Fire just looks really cool, and it could look cute in certain forms. I think the features of its... Like, the skinny features of it makes it look kind of cute. Damn, it feels so weird talking about Pokemon like this, I swear to God. But it is what it is. I hate you. You hate me. Let's team up and kill Barney with an RPG and 4x4. No more purple dinosaur. And a 4x4. No more purple dinosaur. Oh, and an M16. Is that what's up? Mr. Mime looks so much better than Galarian Mr. Mime, okay? It also gets with Ash's mom, and it just looks really freaky to me because of that. So I'm gonna have to put it at average. Otherwise, it might be like higher up. We got Ammonite next. Ammonite is actually very cute looking. Maybe pretty cute, but you know, I'll make it go to the list of very cute. And it's just like playing around, you know. And Amistar just looks disgusting. I don't know what the hell they did with Amistar, but it just looks ugly as hell. There's so many, like, either really ugly or really, like, not ugly Pokemon, or, like, really pretty Pokemon here. Pinsir is kind of similar with the mouth. I would say he's maybe not very ugly. Okay. And then we got Porygon, which is kind of pretty cute for some reason. It just has that innocence look on it. And yeah, I must learn math. Lol, ill, right? It's so ugly. Right on this is pretty cool looking, but average, not cute, I think. And the other Rhyhorn is kind of similar. He looks kind of cool, but not really cute. You know, I'll put him around there maybe. Next we got Scyther. I would like to say Scyther looks cute or pretty cute, but it honestly doesn't. It just looks cool, you know. And wow, indeed. And Seadra is pretty much the same in that regard. Seeking is just like the mouth is really hot, which makes it look okay. But other than that, I don't know what the hell happened. They just ruined this Pokemon, in my opinion. God, we're almost done with the list. Next, we got Snorlax. Snorlax is a cute teddy bear. Who am I kidding? I gotta put him up there. Just, you know, I have to. People would yell at me if I don't. He looks pretty cute. Starmie looks pretty cute, even though it has one eye. Doesn't really have a face. And Staryu is similar in that fashion. Maybe slightly better. Tangela is whatever. Tangela, kind of above average. It looks kind of cute and playful, but, you know, just a little bit. And Tauros is just whatever, average looking guy. What is a TTC? I don't know, but TTS is text to speech. Next, we got Vaporeon. Now, Vaporeon was in a lot of Nuzlockes that we've done and stuff, and very helpful in our first Nuzlocke and whatever. Very cute looking Pokemon. This sprite does not make it look cute. I don't know what it is. It looks like a freaking weird ass looking amphibian like creature. I don't know why. I don't know how I thought this Pokemon was cute. It just looks really weird right now. To me. I don't know if it looks like it has a clown like thing with the white ring around its face. I wouldn't call it ugly though. You know, maybe average. Or maybe because that's how I feel when I look at it. Then we got Weezing. Okay, Weezing is just a freaking... It just looks like a fart. Okay, just another dumb-looking Pokemon that doesn't really look cute, right? It's literally just farting everywhere. That being said, not that ugly. I don't know, something about its farts is just pretty nice. And last but not least, Zapdos, one of the coolest looking Pokemon. That is definitely not one of the cutest looking Pokemon. And that is our list. From cutest, Cubone, to ugliest, Weezing. Galarian or Alolan Weezing, whatever it is. Thanks for watching, guys. And I'll see you guys for the next video. And that's for YouTube. And for you guys, I hope you enjoyed. Anyway, I'll do Extreme Stretch right now. Alright, let's save this. We're also gonna put music that you guys could put on. Yeah, I'm gonna stretch. Oh, that felt so good. I haven't been doing my stretches lately, so this is a beautiful song. Oh my god, that feels so good. Thank you. Okay. Whew. Wait, you could just save it? Wait, this whole time I could have saved it. I'm such an idiot. Pokemon tier list Gen 1 part 3 out of 3. Perfect. Download image? Save? What's the difference? Well, it's saved. I guess save, it's saved to my account maybe. Let's check it out. It is! Oh, that's so much more useful than downloading it. Genshin. Oh shit, that's mad cool. Okay. Oh, Angel, what's up? Alright, let's go here. This song is way too slow. There we go. Bing bong. How you doing, Angel? See, I had to recreate everything here. But with a double T, it's okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, see my mama yo yo boy yo boy yo yo. See my mama yo. See my yo bum 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 jim. Jibba ba yeah ba yeah ba yeah yeah. Let's see. Hey, okay. We are back. Is Doctor here? Yes, Doctor is here. Doctor should be here. We've had 36 resets. My lucky number is 37, so hopefully everything works out well. Hi. Hi. Good one. Anyway. Let's begin the game. Let me change the category because I always forget that. We got Ice NUZLOCKE, right? We're gonna go NUZLOCKE music. What's this feeling? I want to a hole in the ceiling. Let me change the category. Bada bang, bada boom, baby. We're Gucci. You guys could request music if you'd like as well. I've decided... Oh, another big announcement I actually kind of mentioned. I've decided to essentially keep the rules of the monologue and not change them. It would be too easy if we made the rules easier, you know what I mean? So we're going to go ahead with the plan we have. You know, so if it takes 100 resets, 200 resets, we're going to do it. But yeah. Crimson VIP. I was on Discord spamming my friend. I saw the thing that you got VIP. Oh, nice. And yeah, I heard a sound. Out of night comes there. Ooh. Hopefully we didn't have this file already. I might have screwed up. But I think this is a new file. What's this feeling? I want that a hole in the ceiling. What is my name? Bing Bong. No, it's just Punk. Aha, bottoms. What's this feeling on that about? I'll only keep it for 2 weeks though. Yeah. I kind of feel bad. I didn't think of that. That you don't have VIP if you're mod. That's so weird. Like, because you spend so many points on VIP, you know? I kind of feel bad. Feels bad, man. But obviously I could add a Discord role and a Discord channel for it. But yeah. Bro, what's up, bro? Alright, let's go change out of our pajamas. We're gonna freaking kill it. Ooh, I also remembered somehow, I don't know how, but I somehow remembered about the badges. Yo. Let me just disconnect streaming avatars so my computer doesn't crash. And I gotta open one more thing. That's not my best. Which I will do right now. What I open right now is the YouTube, the badges, so you guys could always see how many badges we have at any given time. I go shipadu, I shika papa. Ping, did you dirty? I mean, I didn't realize, to be honest. I didn't think that far into it. Let's see. Refresh. Yay, it worked. Okay. I'm always doing that. Oh. He offered to refund. I'd rather have the roll. It's okay. No scam. Oh, but still. No, but still? Well, to be fair, I think a lot of people who will have VIP won't necessarily be mods. So, or maybe everyone who, yeah, maybe it's a bit of a weird thing to do. I will make a channel though, and I'll try to think of something for VIP rewards. I'm very dumb, but I'll think of something for sure. By the way, guys, if you didn't know, Nathan was attempting a 24-hour stream the other day, and he got 12 hours in, which is pretty good. So, you know, good stuff. All right, what do we got? Call me Big P. I'm not gonna lie, I miss playing this game. It's been so long. It feels like it's been so long. I haven't been on because I was. Oh, look how cool Bravery looks. I haven't been on because I was taking a break from my phone. Nice. And spend time with family and my girlfriend. Are you trying to show off that you have a girlfriend? Wow. I mean, nice. I don't have a girlfriend, but it's okay. Because I'll have one eventually, right, guys? That's no worries. Thanks for letting me know, though. I always like hearing reasons for why people aren't here or are here or whatever, you know? So, arigatou gozaimasu for that. Run 37 is supposed to be the lucky run. What the heck? And goodbye, kimi to hito ni boku janai. Let's see. Ayo, we got another one ready. Plus, if I ever have to step down from mod because I can't be around as much, I can always go back to VIP. That's true, actually, yeah. Nathan got my respect all the way. I forgot something. Lurk. Oh, thanks for the lurk. Can you send more TikToks? Bro, there's so many. Fine, you could send more, sure. No, just saying, because I never want to lose here, and I feel like I was drifting away from here. Gotcha. Well, I do appreciate you letting me know. It definitely is. How do you phrase it? You know, we're a small community, so anytime someone like pops out and I don't see them for a while, it's like feels bad, man. Or it used to be more so. Now I kind of understand, okay, like people have their own lives, they have things to get to and stuff. But it's still like, like that sucks, you know? But obviously, like, you shouldn't feel guilty or anything about it. Plus, I am trying to make daily videos starting January 1st. So watch out for that. For people who can't make streams and stuff. Yeah, you weren't here for quite some time in the past. That is true. I think, I don't know. If people stick around for a while, even if they leave for a long time, I still like remember them. Like there was someone named Pikachu. He used to be on the YouTube streams a lot. This was like a year ago at this point, around a year ago. And he hasn't been on streams almost like one. He's been on streams like once or twice since then, since I moved to Twitch, because I also changed my hours on Twitch. I used to stream much earlier in the day. He can't make those streams and life and whatever. And like I still have memories of him and like stuff like that, which is kind of crazy. I never thought that Twitch would like, I don't know. I never thought it's like, I don't know. It feels very real, you know. I mean, it is real, but I don't know. It's interesting. You still don't remember Barados? I don't remember Barados. I don't know if you're joking around with me though, Doctor. I remember a lot of people that don't really pop up anymore though, as much. But obviously I remember you guys more because you guys are around more. But sometimes I forget people for sure. I mean, there's been, if you look at the follow, there's been over 400 people who have talked on the stream, you know, and have followed and still are followers. So it's hard to remember everyone exactly, but I think I remember a good chunk of people. And if I don't, like if I don't see a person in like a while and I look at their logs for a second, if I forget who they are for a second or whatever, then it like reminds me. Like the more personal like connection, like the more I talk to people on stream, like individuals, the easier it is to like remember information about you guys and stuff. You know what I mean? There's some people who barely talk on stream, or you know, those people I don't remember as much, which is, you know, it just is how it is. You can't even see Muna here. What the heck? I I'm not tired. I'm just yawning. That's another reset. Wow. I don't know how much I like monologues. This sounds great. What I will say though is that, damn, the song's so distracting because it's so good. Excuse me. What I will say though is that like, yeah, I think I'm gonna do monologues that aren't randomized. That's what I wanted to say. I don't know why it took me so long to say that. I try to come often, but sometimes I feel like too unalive myself, so I don't join, but I just got here. Yeah, do you, man. Do you. Don't feel like you need to be here for me. As long as you like being here, yeah, bro, you know? Are you still going to at least change starter odds after 50? No, full odds, baby. Full odds. I've decided. I'll be honest. It's because I talked... Ooh, Jolteon. I talked to my brother, and I was like, what do you think? Should I change the rules? Should I make it like... So, legendary... Like, every randomized Pokemon I go up against is around the same strength level as, like, the original game. Because I could make that happen. And he's like, you could do that, but wouldn't it kind of like ruin it? Like, and I was like, I guess, you know, it's not as impressive, you know, if we beat the game like that, where all Pokemon are similar strength to the actual Pokemon it's supposed to be. So I don't want to really switch anything out. Changing starter odds is not necessarily crazy, but I can't change it to be ice type only. I could make it specific ice type starters, but I feel like that would be way too no, you know? Oh no, want to be here for my dad. Gotcha, Angel. Gotcha. We bring out the anchor. Oh, he sounds like a pirate. I just realized. Bro, you know, I swear to God, after doing so many, like, Nuzlocks, I think I'm going to be able to do, like, I'm legit going to start doing speed runs. Because that seems so interesting. I've seen, like, Mario speedruns have gotten really big recently. They were, like, bigger than before. And I was thinking of going into that a bit. Maybe once a week on Sundays or something. What do you guys think of that? Super Mario speedruns. Because one of the streamers I watch does... Or I watch his YouTube videos more than his streams, but he does, like, Mario speedruns. The bonfire behind the slaughter. No, don't call me Lil P. Give me Big P, baby. I'm not a rapper. Ice Pokemon! Look how cute Cubone is. Fennekin is actually pretty cute too. But it has like so much earwax. Look at that. Laren looks so weird like this. What the hell? I like how they made this like this for every Pokemon. That's so cool to me. We have no ice though, so that's a reset. One reason why... Oh, I know that song. Yo-ho, Mexico? What? One reason why I wanted to... Oh, you put the song on before. One of the reasons why I wanted to change the rules is because I thought maybe it would be a bit boring to watch these rules. Or to watch, like, the resets over and over. But it's just more like chill vibes, and I could talk to you guys more. And also, it's... Well, I could talk to you guys regardless, but it's like... I don't know. I feel like it'll feel more accomplished when we actually beat the game, you know? Did I? I don't remember. Actually, no, I don't think you put the song, the more I think about it. In the beginning made me think you did, but I don't think so now. I used to speedrun Odyssey. It's pretty fun. Also, it'd be cool to see you play that game if you'd be interested in learning it. Odyssey looks insane. I was talking about like the OG Mario 64 because I used to play that as a kid too, and you could do 16-star speedruns, and those are like short, and I feel like that's more doable and more like it's a good intro to speedrunning world, I guess. I feel like Odyssey would be insane to speedrun. Or is it? I guess. I think I've played Odyssey a bit also. I really like the beat in this song. Get ready for 100 TikToks. Don't send 100, bro. Max, send Max 20 more, okay? Because we still have to watch like 25 from last week of your TikToks. But yeah. Oh my god. I was so freaking angry yesterday at like just the computer for deleting all the OBS scenes. And somehow I still got a new reward in and everything. That's kind of cool. I guess that's true. Just beat the game category was like 2 to 4 hours for me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man, you know? Like I want it to be oh, I love this song. I want it Fairy Tale. I love this song. This won in like Eurovision or something, right? Doing a speedrun of Pokemon would take long too, obviously. But because I have so much like experience of I mean, obviously speedrun world is completely different for Pokemon. But like I'm getting used to a lot of the maps in Pokemon games because of the Nuzlocke and like certain routes to skip trainers. So because of that, I think that would be cool also. But that would be obviously long. You probably want to start with a much shorter category. Yeah, well, that's why I was thinking Super Mario 64, 16-star. Because it's literally like... It takes like... I mean, initially it would take very long for me, I think. But like speedruns of the game are like 10 minutes or whatever, 20 minutes, whatever. So I think that's fine, unless you think that's too long as well. I never really sped run, so sped run. That sounds. Mario 64 is the best. Hell yeah, I agree. Maybe on Sundays we'll make it a thing.
Muscles.
Hell yeah, baby! Look at these muscles. You wish you had muscles like this. You freaking wish you had muscles like this. And if you don't, then you should start wishing. But yeah, Sunday, Mario 64. Maybe. I'm trying to make everything kind of like calculated, if that makes... Oh my god, are you freaking kidding me? Look at these Pokemon. Jesus, look at his pee-pee. I mean, what? With a fairy tale. What was I saying? Jesus, I didn't make more than 50 runs. I thought it would have one decent run, to be honest. That was kind of really stupid by me. I also didn't really have too much time to make more runs. Kind of true, because of all the OBS drama. Drama Mama, that's a Eminem song. Muscles. Yes. That could be good. I'll say at least IMO speed running. Story games is just the worst, especially when you do lots of resets trying to get records. Yeah, I mean, initially I'm not going to try to go for records at all, right? I mean, I'm just hoping I enjoy it. I might not be here Sunday. No worries. I usually don't stream Sunday. I'm just, like, throwing out the idea of streaming on Sunday. Yeah, 16 stars seems to be good. I'm kind of curious now how many people are streaming it.
God, it sounds awful when I say
What is it called? Super Mario 64 DS or just Super Mario? 2.8K. It's quite a bit. What is this song? Not too many people streaming it though, so that's kind of cool. I like the frog. I can tell. I don't like it. It looks so creepy. Relicanth. Fuck human beings. Fuck humanity. What are these songs? They're so catchy, but so weird at the same time. Let's go with this one. I want to basically... I don't know. I want to have more time for stuff. It's the whole point. Oh. I know the good songs sometimes. Yeah, the song sounds nice. Oh, that's why. It's sampling like a famous 80s song or something? Or maybe not. It sounds like it is. It sounds like another song. I don't know. I don't know. But it sounds like it. Alright, get in the mirror, baby. Now get out of the mirror. I'm going to be stuck with this emote. Shit! Creating another Pearl Harbor? What? What is this about Japan? Why is it so catchy? Alright. Come on, let's go get a Pokemon. I love how they're saying, we're gonna go to the next town. Have you guys ever lived in a town and then walked 15 steps and gone to another town? That is so weird. Wait, is my house even considered a town? Oh, it is. Vanilla Town. So we go from Vanilla Town to like Aqua Town. It's so weird. Most of the things I put here are in my playlist. Nice. Well, yeah, I would figure, yeah, that you guys put songs you guys like, you know. Put your favorite song. I should hear everyone's favorite songs. That would be cool. All right, let's see what we got. Oh my god. Oh, that's so funny. Look at that. That's another reset though. Let me make a note to add more reset files. I'm gonna have to add at least 50 more for tomorrow. I'm just hoping we at least get one decent run you know, soon. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What's up, guys? It's Ping Pong Moosters. Okay, bet. No cock like horse cock. That's your favorite song, bro? Jesus. You're such a zoomer or an alpha or whatever. Don't get mad at me. I'm not gonna get mad. Friday Night Funkin' versus Omnilad. What the hell? What is this video? If anyone wants to see the video, you could click on the video. Jeez, or like the link here. But Jesus Christ, that looks so cursed. It's really funny and weird. Was that a shiny Spua or whatever? That would look cool. I did see it, and it looks really funny. Is that game still popular? You know, I haven't streamed it once since that first time. That was like the first time you joined. You joined, right, Angel? During FNAF. It's Friday Night Funkin'? Wait, FNF. FNF, right? Kinda. I didn't know it was still popular. Yeah, it was. I think I had the most viewers in a long time playing that game, but I never went back to it. Even though it was really fun. Certain maps of it were really fun. I don't know why I never went back to it. Yeah, I don't know. But rhythm games are cool. Ooh, did you guys see that? There's so much stuff going on recently. Did you guys see the Twitch recap? I posted in the gallery on Discord. Well, let me show you guys. So let me show you guys. Let me show you guys real quick. My Discord is not opening up. Great. Discordo. What's new? What? What is new? I just opened it. I couldn't read what was new. Nah. Okay, let me just show you guys. You guys ready? For those of you that didn't see it. I should really make a display button. Okay, well, you're not going to see my face right now, but... Look at that. 1.5 million points accumulated. Okay, isn't that cool? Then we got... Nathan had 226,000 channel points. Okay, but this is one of... It's crazy. But this is one of the things that surprised me most. I had a peak of 50 concurrent viewers? What? That's not right. I don't think I've ever had 50 people. Oh, it says this video is age restricted. Haha, your favorite song doesn't get... I can't play it. Sorry. If you send it on Discord, which would be weird, but I guess you could do that. I could properly look at it if you'd like. So, PP, you said 25. I still have to watch the 20 from last week because you sent like 40 last week. So add like 20 or 25 more for this week. Yeah. So it would be like 40 to go over. Don't worry. Even though you were dog water at it. I wasn't that bad. I was pretty good for my first time, no? That's what she said. Nice. No. I thought you meant FNAF. I always get confused with FNAF and FNF. Yeah, that stream was... Well, what'd you think of that stream, Doctor? Bro, that gave me so much anxiety. I'm such a loser. You hit 38 a couple of times during Gardic. Did I? I didn't even know that. You must have peaked at 50 at some point, unless it was something else. I guess so. I have it off a lot of the time. Like, so I don't know how many viewers there are at all ever anymore. And I look at my stats like a couple of times, like once or twice a month for Twitch. Because I don't want to like dwell on it too much, you know? Look at the video to react to. Give me reason. Well, what do you mean? Here's your third one. This is your third one? Okay. Have you seen the new FNAF game? Nope. Oh, I've heard of it recently. Very slightly. I haven't seen it. I think I saw maybe a thumbnail on YouTube and I didn't click on it because I'm like, I don't want to play this. Like, I don't know. I would do it for the content. If I feel like I would be willing to do a lot more stuff if I was streaming with another person. Or like, I feel like it would be more fun too for you guys and for me. Sheesh, no ice. Look at that neck though. Sheesh. And your voice was all I heard. I get what I deserve. Give me a reason. Prove me wrong. Watch this family clean. Jesus, we're gonna hit 50 for sure tonight. And when I say for sure, I mean I think so. I'm not sure. Across this new divide. I can't sing. My voice feels weird. Otherwise, I'm an amazing streamer. I mean, singer. Streamer, I'm okay, I think. The Discord channel. I don't want to look at it right now. I don't want to see like 40 TikToks, to be honest, Nathan. I'll look at it later. You're not getting a reaction out of me right now. I don't do Christmas, but I end up doing Christmas with friends. So because I'm Jewish, we don't... Some Jews actually celebrate Christmas, but we don't. But I do go to friends' houses and I get them stuff for Christmas. Oh my god, a Deoxys. One of them watches... Thank you for hydrate. One of them actually watches the stream sometimes, so I'm not gonna say anything what I got them or whatever. But I think I got pretty cool gifts, and I got one is a Secret Santa and one is White Christmas or something, White Elephant. So Secret Santa, it's a secret, and then White Elephant, apparently anyone can choose anyone's present. So yeah. I got some funny stuff. Maybe I'll take a picture or record it and show you guys when it happens. But yeah. How about you, Angel? You celebrate Christmas, right? Or do you? Dun dun dun. I'm gonna have to pee soon with all this hydrating. I remember around me. And Joe voice and Joe mama was all I saw. Oh, this song. This is actually okay. By the way, is the music volume okay? I'm always playing around with audio settings, but yeah. We do and we're Mexican, and when it is Xmas, the food, it is the best food. What food do you guys eat for Christmas? You know what they eat for Christmas in Japan? Cake. You know what they eat for New Year's in Japan? Cake. I think Christmas too, but New Year's I'm pretty sure. I don't know why, but they just eat cake with so many things, and they think like people in other countries do that too. Which, from my understanding, is not true. At least in the US, you just eat cake on your birthday, you know? In a chain gang, go about the bang gang, go no gang bang. What? Do you like being a Jew? What a deep question. Do I like being a Jew? I don't know. I've thought about that before. I don't mind being Jewish. I kind of feel special being Jewish. I don't feel bad being Jewish. I don't know if I feel good being Jewish, though. I guess. Maybe. If we got to call it cakey, I'd be eating it all the time, too. Yo, so true. You go to a Japanese person, you're like, yo, do you have some cake? They're like, oh, I could use my flip thing for story time right now. Wait, where's my buttons? They're like, Nani? And then you're like, cake. Do you like cake? And they're like, Nani kore? What is cake? Nani? And then you're just like, cake! And they're like, Nani sore? Nani? Wakaranai. And then you're just like, cakey. And they're like, oh, cake. That was really weird. I'll never do that again. I apologize. I said get me a glass of juice, not gas the... That's kind of funny, actually. That is so anti-Semitic. Can we see the new Pokemon? Yes. Give me something. Bro, why does Skarmory look so weird here? You're just like, yeah. But yeah, I guess I like being a Jew. It's a very deep question. You know what else is deep? Just kidding. I don't know. An interesting question that comes up kind of often, not really on stream, but do you like being American? Or are you proud to be an American? And it's like, pride is such a weird word. Like, I'm not prideful, but I'm grateful in a sense. But also, like, who knows? Like, maybe if I grew up in Japan, my life would be better or worse. Like, I don't know. It's such a weird thing to think about, you know? Hey, what's up, Samus? Or Epicuro, right? You said that's like, you have a bigger connection with that name. 41 resets. Hell yeah. What's up? I got so used to seeing the tier 1 sub and not having to see ads. Oh, no. Sag. Shiro, you're not new. But it has been a minute.
Hello there.
That memory of yours, though. I try to remember stuff about you guys, you know? Especially what you want to be called. I feel like that's important. Might as well be new. It has been a very long time. How are you doing, bro? So the reason why we have so many resets is because we basically have to play until we get an ice starter. Oh, Jesus. Is that a shiny? I don't know. I can't tell when they're shiny or not. I don't even know what shiny Deoxys looks like. So that's why I don't have ads during the sub time. Oh, yeah. You don't get ads when you're subbed. If you have Amazon Prime, you could sub for free. Excuse me. Everyone was asleep, so Wi-Fi is somewhat decent now. Nice. Hella glad you're here as well. How's life, Shiro? How is life out there, by the way? Ping Pong, did you lose or did this already happen last stream? I lost. So, okay. So if you remember, it's kind of a while ago. It feels like a while ago. From what I remember, we lost last week Wednesday, and I got irritated that we lost. So I was like, you know what? I'm done. We're gonna change the rules. And then Thursday I ended up not streaming. So today's the next time we're streaming, and I decided not to change the rules because I don't want to make it too easy, you know. Shiny Deoxys is yellow. Oh, but a bad yellow. Me without Amazon Prime. I'm still broke as but bet I'll hit that ad list soon. Aw, that's sweet. Hell yeah, look at those muscles, baby. Speaking of gains. Life is bittersweet, but better than before, so gains. Hell yeah. How is you? I'm not much on Pokemon, but all I know is you're gonna win. Hell yeah, I hope. Basically, we're doing an Ice Monolock, which is, I can only use Ice Pokemon. Every Pokemon is randomized. It's a Nuzlocke, so if my Pokemon die, I die. I forgot to add level cap. Shit. There's level caps. I'm gonna have to figure that out later. And stuff like that. So I will win eventually, but it's gonna take a very long time because it's basically very hardcore rules, and I keep resetting to try to get an ice starter. Yes, the level cap is 12. But for those that didn't hear, half of my settings on OBS or half of my sources got deleted randomly. So I spent like 4 or 5 hours last night recovering everything. But I forgot a few things like level caps to add back, which was so frustrating. Thankfully, level caps are easy to add. I'm just gonna add them right now. Look at that. You guys could see how I do it real time here. Wow, right? Wait, where's my I use a certain thing for this, a certain font. I think it was this font. Obviously, there's a few things I could tweak here, like adding an outline. So make an outline that's black because Black Lives Matter. So we got this. And then we go like that. We put this here. You know? It was somewhere here. Now, obviously, level caps sounds really dumb. So we're going to say level cap. And right now it's at 12. I think it was like that. I'll have to look at VODs to confirm. But it was something like that, right? So, there it is. And now I just have to add it to a different area. And bada bang, bada boom. We're good. We're good to go because I'm a beast. I'm a beast. Oh, extreme stretch. Sorry. Sorry, Shiro. But I'm doing good. A lot of things happening recently. Doctor got VIP. Doctor got mod. The Twitch recap came in. That thing I mentioned. We added 2 new rewards for today. I have some new stuff on Discord I've added, like Echo. I hope this is echoing and it's actually working. And I hope it stopped echoing now. Yeah. Bro, OBS ought to be well known for random deletes, I swear. Right? I don't know. It was so weird. It frustrated me so much because it was so random too. And it took me so long to like work on it again. But now I've backed up everything on OBS, so it should be better now. 4 more days till Christmas. Hell yeah. I missed that message. My bad. Yeah, that should be cool. After 50, are you still going to do what you said and have a guaranteed ice Pokemon? No. Too easy. We're going to do it as... I thought... So the biggest reason I didn't want to... One of the bigger reasons I wanted to make it easier is because I thought it would be less interesting to you guys to see resets over and over. But we do talk a lot. And honestly, I feel like it would be more accomplished and it would feel better if we beat the game, you know? So we're not going to change anything, even after 50 resets. Lurk is basically on Twitch when you want to when you're not really there watching, but you keep the stream open to give the streamer a view. So that's what Lurk is. And if you click on it, like it'll just say Lurk and play a little jingle that I made. PP says Mike Ock small and 1 go. Mike Ock is small. Okay, bro. Come on. Lurk has been here for a long time. Yeah, so some things are new because I've also experimented with something that you guys will see later today, actually. Before we end stream, we're going to do a Pokédex thing I set up today, which is going to be weird, but hopefully you guys will like that. And basically, I turned off all channel points. I made a button so I could turn off a lot of channel points and turn it back on just by a press of a button, which is cool. I haven't been here for weeks, months. Apologies. Nah, bro. I know everyone has their lives, you know? Oh my god. Yveltal. So, I feel no, you know, I understand. But it is great seeing you here. Watch me create chaos. Ping the echo. Yo, this is what I'm saying. Like that's what's. I don't know. I don't know how to make this echo. I have to find a way to fix this echo. Cause right now the echo is just. I can never know if it's playing or not. Oh. All right. So none of these are ice type, obviously. So we're gonna exit that. Wait, is the echo still going? Are you guys being serious? That is literally Mass Effect. Lurk is just a term for idly watching. Exactly. What happened to stepsis and stepmom? I took them out. I feel like they're a bit too distracting. But I might add them back in the future. If it makes you feel better, only a unique amount of people know what that even is. Which is kind of funny to me. Ooh, I forgot to press the reset button quite a few times. We're at 44 now. The annoying thing is putting in a new file for the randomizer. Because then I can't read chat while I'm doing that. Because I get like ADHD. But yep, in short. Also, thank you for helping my sloths with the points. Yeah, no worries, bro. I like helping. I was a teacher. I don't know, helping is fun. My cock is small. I know what my cock is. It's my cock is small. I get it, Nathan. I'm not gonna say it. I did remember this time. What happened is this is that. The points. If you ever want someone to play Apex, Fortnite, or Rocket League, I got you. Thanks, bro. I'll definitely keep that in mind. The role that says Sweet Home Alabama. Yes, there is something called Sweet Home Alabama. I was trolling. Oh, okay, good. I've noticed the Pokemon grind never stops. Yeah, so I've basically I want to like build a community around
family.
Bring back Step Family. Maybe one day. Bring back Step Family. The revolution has started. Ping Pong Masters has acquired ADHD. Yeah, so the reason I want to try to build a community around Pokemon, but I also want to do my own stuff also. That's why every Saturday we watch videos, react to videos, we play... we do community games sometimes from time to time. And, what was the other thing? We do the tier list at the beginning of every stream, right? So that's all stuff that I'm very happy about. Because I could also make content on YouTube, TikTok, and stuff. And also it's different and like fun, at least for me, hopefully for you guys. But I think I should stick to like one type of game, one type of content for some time. And honestly, I'm enjoying Pokemon a lot now, so hopefully you guys enjoy it too. But yeah, that was cool. Thank you. My favorite so far for sure. Yeah, I have too many YouTubes. One of the big problems that I have in life is moving on from one thing to another before perfecting that one thing. So I told myself when I started doing Twitch and YouTube that I'm not going to give this up until it gets somewhere. But even in Twitch and YouTube, I would make different content all the time, which isn't the way to grow. So the thing with Pokemon is there's enough variety. And because I'm doing other stuff too, it's just I always feel like excited for the stuff I'm doing. And I feel like it's good to make content. But yeah, I have too many YouTube channels. This is the main one though. I've deleted almost every video on it. Or not deleted, privated for now. Just to put Pokemon videos for now. So we have a bunch of Pokemon videos on it for now. But thanks for the lurking. But I will end up... I will put those videos back in the future. And also... January 1st, I'm going to start daily uploads on a different channel, which will be announced on Discord on January 1st. And that's going to be on tier lists and stuff that we do on stream. Just become a speedrunning god, then get featured in a summoning salt video, then live off the royalties. Now, if you remember, you'll also do the random Pokédex. Yes! At the end of each stream, yes. I actually have printed out 870... Wait, what? Oh, here. 878 numbers from 1 to 878 to cross out for each Pokédex. I've made this whole thing. Yeah, so we're going to do that at the end of every stream, which will be made into TikTok content or whatever as well. So you know what the lurk thing. Oh, you're just showing Shiro the lurk. Nice. It would appear I'm going to have to start learning Pokemon lore. Let's go. I've also added the sound effects for that, so I don't need to click it every time. I don't know why it took me so long to do that. Where has Lurk gone? Lurk is there. What do you mean, where is Lurk gone? You had to double check? Yeah, no, because there's two papers. There were so many numbers, you know? Oh, indeed. What did I want to say? Yeah, you don't need to start learning Pokemon lore. But it would be cool, yeah, to talk about Pokemon too, I guess. I could talk about anything forever, so. But Pokemon is definitely the thing right now for me. What type is Go-Go? Does anyone know the type that Go-Go is? I don't remember. It's definitely not ice, right? But what is it? Ground grass or something? No, it's a normal type. Is it just normal? I think it's just a normal type, actually. Big P. Yeah, why do you think I'm calling him Big P? I'm literally taking the time every single run to scroll down and go to Big P on purpose. Because I want them to call me Big P, you know? We're not going with that Lil P BS. I'm not a rapper. Nothing wrong with being a rapper, but... You can do it! You can do it! Thank you. Thank you, sir. I mean, the randomizer can give it to me. I want another Ice Legendary. If we get, like, freaking Articuno... If we get... Oh... We could actually win if we get Articuno or something. This and Zoom. Go-Go is grass normal, isn't it? Ah, okay. That kind of makes sense. Where has Player gone, I mean? Player, the guy who used to watch the stream more? Yeah, I don't know. I guess he's just busy and stuff. He still comes... Oh my god! Is that a shiny Mega Bandit? What the hell? That looks so weird. Player doesn't come through as often anymore. But when he does, it's always good vibes. Like Shido. It would help watching you play to know lore. Maybe? I don't know anything for Pokemon. Yeah, so basically Pokemon is an easy kids game, right? So because of that, a lot of people made Nuzlocks. Nuzlocks are essentially ways to make the game harder. It's things like making it so if your Pokemon die, they die forever. You can only catch a limited amount of Pokemon, stuff like that. So that makes it much more interesting to play and to watch, in my opinion. Yeah, there's a lot of cool rewards we've added recently, so it's definitely more. Oh, it's just grass. Oh, that's actually weird. I thought it was normal, to be honest. Wow, anime style has the caption, make me take a sip of water. Oh, it does? Oh, thank you. I'll have to fix that. I'll fix it after stream just because I don't want to do that right now. No troubleshooting during stream. It's messed up. Just gotta learn the basics and I'm set. Yeah, with Nuzlocke, there's a lot involved. But even, like, I'm really dumb, so it'll make you... I guess it'll, like... That might make you feel better. Like, I don't remember a lot of things. I'm still learning a lot. There's also type effectiveness. So, like, fire beats grass, grass beats water. I actually have a Pokemon type chart. I just taped it today to my wall. So I could, like, never forget, you know? So I could practice if I need to. If you don't get an ice, I'm leaving the stream and I'm not lying. Bro, you think I don't want an ice Pokemon? It's random. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? An easy kids game where ice types are the rarest thing ever in randomized. True. Ice type... Well, so ice type are it's the least amount of type Pokemon are ice type Pokemon. In this game, I would assume it's the same, but I'm not sure. But out of all Pokemon, Jesus, why you gotta do this, bro? I was explaining something. You gotta bring Monkey into this. Why you gotta bring me into this? I'm just a sad old monkey living a sad old life, and no one respects me. No one. Why am I sad? Because no one respects me. Anyway, so always swoop in to help the homie with the points. Okay, effectiveness and types, but that's kind of it, to be honest. But that's kind of I know, to be honest. Oh, cool. So you do know that. Oh, that's cool. Monkey. Explain it while you're sad. Damn it! I read too late. I'm sorry. Whenever I hear monkey, my voice, well, monkey takes over, and it's just a different. It's like an anime, a different anime character. It's a different storyline, you know. Yes,
Monkey
big P
do
baby.
Okay. Monkey do pretty okay. Monkey do good. Monkey do
I
very
need to redeem
good.
the Sweet Home Alabama one. You can. You can. Explain it while you're sad. It is your alter ego, exactly. Yes! Ice type! Monkey did us well. Yes! Okay, we got an ice type. Oh my god, finally. Oh, let's go. You're lucky. I am. Just once I want to hear monkey, but instead of being sad, try to make him sound happy. Ooh, maybe I make a reward for happy monkey. It could be a different monkey. Oh, that's a good idea. You see, I get so many ideas and I try to implement them for stream that, like, I don't spend enough time on editing and other stuff that I need to. Monkey luck, exactly. What do we name Celio? What was its name before? Blubby, right? Should we just go with Blubby? I like Blubby a lot. I think I'm gonna keep Blubby. I got an idea. Someone give me a sub. JK. Let's go with Blubby. Now we just have to win the first. We have to beat the first trainer. If we beat the first trainer, where it's like the statistics of it going well increases kind of drastically. Also, this is the 40. I think we had 45 resets, not 44. I forgot to click it once. Beach ball. That's the blessing of Sad Monkey. Never complain about Sad Monkey. True. Beach ball. Beach ball would have been an okay name, I guess. Okay. Let's see if we win our first freaking battle. If we don't, we have to No, it's Flappy. She picks Flappy. Oh, wait. Wait, he's a water electric. I mean, a water ice. Right? So, we're gonna die. I'm gonna be kept up on lore now via YouTube. I don't know if you could be kept up on lore, but you'll definitely be keeping up with stuff. Thanks for popping in, Shido. Also, on TikTok, I'm going to start daily uploads and YouTube Shorts. I'll let everyone know on the Discord. Thanks for the hydrate. Have a great one, and keep grinding on Apex. Wait, let me press the bye-bye button. Bye-bye. There we go. Oh, I had a bye-bye button right here. It was too late to name it Beach Ball. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see what moves we have. Maybe we have a chance. Ooh, we could use Encore. If it uses a dumb move, Encore could actually work here, and we could win. So we're gonna take a big risk here because we're probably slower. Maybe we do Powder Snow, but then that might be a waste of a move. I think Powder Snow is the best, right? The reason you guys might be thinking, why are you thinking so long for this? I just don't want to screw this up. Because if we screw this up, we have to reset again. Water and ice are normal damage on him. And they're both stab damage. How much does Powder Snow do again, guys? Does anyone remember? Powder Snow versus Water Gun? I think Powder Snow does 40. If you screw this up, you gotta restart all over again. Exactly. Moves are not randomized. True, yes. Since you can't raid on Friday, could you try and raid the guy I want Thursday? Sure. Powder Snow does have 40. Does do 40. Let's see Water Gun. I would check in summary. I just don't remember what button is summary. And I don't want to... Oh, wait. I could just go here, right? Wait. You're so smart. The one thing I do have to check... Or I have to... Wait, what? Summary. Oh, he has thick fat. Which... it's not really... Wait. If I go to Water Gun... So Water Gun is 40... Powder Snow is 40. It's exactly the same. Powder Snow can freeze him though. So I think we're gonna go with Powder Snow here. Oh, it just has tackle. Oh, we actually have a chance here. We actually have a chance. This looks like it's gonna be a close one, guys. No! I should have used Encore on the tackle. No. Survive. Survive. Okay, it's Thunderwave. It's not too bad. It's just Thunderwave. Come on. Crit 2 hits in a row. Okay, Flaffy, just freaking miss. Please, Flaffy. You miss this, and it's good. Give it a cold or soak it. I'm trying to give it a cold. Yeah, both have stab, exactly. Come on. Come on. No, it used Thunder Shock. It's okay. I don't know how far we would have gotten with Celio anyway. At least it's closer to Walrein. And it's not freaking the pre-evolution. Shut up, you stupid rival. She doesn't understand the stakes. She thinks it's just a stupid game. She's so dumb. Goodbye. See you next time. Wait, what? Give it a cold or soak it. Bro, your heart pumping. Yep. Not Blumpy, how dare you. No, Flappy's now the equivalent of shit. Wait, why'd you wait? Only ice Pokemon can be caught or used. If your party dies, you must reset. So, I have to reset. No workarounds here, bro. See you, Epicuro. Hopefully we'll have a good run. Listen, we got this. We got this. I know this is not the most interesting content to watch. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make it interesting. I apologize. Alright, we got this. We got this. Goodbye. Alright, see you, Angel. Bye, guys. I was gonna say, technically, you didn't black or white out. That's why that's not one of the rules. It's if the party resets. Because I know that you can make ways around like that. Oh, you're saying bye-bye to Blobby? Oh. That makes sense. Oh, they killed Blobby, bro. They killed Blobby. I freaking love this song. We were actually close too. It was so young. If we had a crit hit, we would have been okay, you know? It actually would have been okay. Ooh, a Cloyster. Cloyster isn't an ice Pokemon though, so he's just a water loser. I mean, not a what's his name? There's Cloyster and then there's Cloyster. What is it? Cloyster and what is his stupid name?
Monkey do bad. Monkey do very
Monkey do
bad.
very bad. It wasn't even 5 minutes. Curse you, Flaffy. Hell yeah, we'll have our revenge. And it had to be a water ice type, right? Instead of just a regular ice type against electric. It had to be a water ice that we got to counter an electric type. Cloyster is an ice guy. Which one is the... Which one is... Okay, I'm dumb. There's Cloyster, and then there's the evolution... Isn't there the pre... What's the pre-evolution? What I meant is the pre-evolution. I forgot its name. Cloyster is ice and water, yeah. Trying... Like... Shelter! I just remembered. Screw these ads. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Shelter, yeah. Shelter is a bit different. I'm gonna try to... I mean, I try to coincide ads with going to the bathroom and peeing, so you guys don't miss anything, but... Yeah. Ice 2? No, Shelter is not an ice type. That we can't use... Shelter is just water. This is Twitch's payback for the sub, isn't it? Yep. I mean, he can't hear me, but... Oh my god, this song's so beautiful. First I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong, and I grew strong. And I knew how to get along, and saw you're back. Oh my god, true, I've deceived my whole life. That's what I'm saying, man. I looked up all of it, like in preparation for this Nuzlocke. Welcome back, Prince. Yeah. I was like, why is Shelter not an ice type? Walk out the door. Turn around now. We're not welcome anymore. Even inside, was on tumble. I got wait out and go. No, no, my. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Survive. Yeah, the song is so good. I think every time this song pops up, I'm gonna make a new effect that's like a disco ball. And then I'm gonna dance to this song because it's such a good song. And no matter what I'm doing, I have to do it. Or if like we get 5 subs, I just play the song and start singing or something. Like I want to make fun stuff like that also. Skullgirls. Very nice. Come on, let's go, let's go. Ice Pokemon. Oh, I got so excited, bro. Frillish is so dumb. Frillish seems like a water ice, but it's just a water type. It's so dumb. Right? I think it is, yeah. We need Kyurem. If we get Kyurem again, we're good. Are you telling me Shoulder isn't a ice Pokemon? It's so dumb, bro. What a dumb joke. It's a good one, though. It's a good one. Walk out the door. Sun around now. Welcome anymore. Stand under. Did you think I'd lay down and die? Oh, no, not I. I will survive. But she didn't survive because she died. I don't even know if that's true. Maybe she's still alive. I will survive. Closer would really ice things up. Don't. Oh my. Yo, I like eating my cloister with rice. You know what I'm talking about? With rice, cause it's like ice and rice. I thought that was clever. Anyway. Hey, I pressed a lot of buttons for that dumb jokes. Okay, doctor? Funny minus. Brown rice? I'm brown rice. Well, no, I'm just brown. I look so dumb with this lighting. I don't like it. I don't know. I fixed the lighting. The lighting gets bad. I fixed the lighting. Maybe it's just my face. Maybe I just need to get a better face. Your jokes make me close my eyes. Ice. In anger. With anger. I just screwed up your joke. I'm sorry. These are good. These are good jokes. You think I'd lay down and die? You know not I. I will survive. Ice. Joke. Skit. That's it. TikTok idea. I make those jokes, and then the alter me shoots me in the face for making those jokes. That's a good TikTok, right? Like I go like, how long is the cooldown on God Monkey? It's a 3-month. You want to get everything, yeah? It's a 3-month. It's a 3-month thing. So after 3 months, it's 3 months of immunity. So if you look at the Hall of Fame on Discordo, you could see. I'm pretty sure it's 3 months. I announced it under announcements on Discord also, but I think it's 3 months. Sorry for missing that message. How am I missing so many messages? You should just take a whole week to just do edits. I should, but the thing is, editing is so boring. Like, editing certain things is actually pretty fun. But editing other things is super boring. So, like, when I do these Nuzlocks, I initially... This sounds nice. Oh, I remember this song. Or it sounds like I've heard it before. I initially would... The day after the stream, I would cut it down. So let's say we stream 5 hours of Pokemon. I would cut it down to, like, Bing Bong. That's a good one, Nathan. You put both. I would cut it down to, I would cut it down to, like, from 5 hours to, like, 30 minutes or whatever. And it would make editing it later on much easier. But now I don't really have time to do that. So I have, like, 24 hours of footage to edit.
Monkey do okay.
Bruh.
Monkey do pretty
Nice,
okay.
Nathan.
I
Nice.
guess. Monkey
Hear me
do
out.
good. Monkey do
I
very
can't-
good.
Monkey do
I
very
think my
good.
favorite move for Cloister is Icicle Spear. That was so dumb.
Quietly
I'm doing not ice. Oh, I get it. Oh my god. Muscles uses control So it just zoomed into my thingy for a second. Muscles. You're just breaking the... you guys are so good at these jokes. Very corny. Call me Big P, baby. Well, don't call me baby. It's a little sus. Ice Pokemon? Wait. Azumarill is just water? Or is it water ice? It's just water, right? These are just water Pokemon and Roselia. I have a list of all the ice types we could get here also. And none of them are here. It's a water... Oh yeah, Fairy. I forgot about Fairy, because in this game it's Fairy. This game onwards. Okay, guys. We have 2 more files left. Okay, we're on run 49 right now. Even though I didn't update it. Because it's too much work to update. Every single time. I will press the reset button a couple times though. Yeah, I like this song a lot. Water Fairy. I tried to find a way so one person cannot redeem like 10 different things at the same time. But like, I don't think there is a way to stop that from happening. Which is kind of dumb. IMO. I love how you did at nice also, Prince. Like, why? Ice E and Ice type Pokemon coming next round. That actually took me a second. Icy. That was a good one. Okay, so do you guys want me to make more files live? And like, I don't know. I'll put like some community game that you guys could play in the meantime as I do it. Or do we end stream early? Or do we go to community games after the last file? What do you guys want to do? I leave it up to you guys. I am a democratic, benevolent streamer. I'm also a pretty okay guy. Yeah, I think we're at like 47 resets now. Actually, we're at like 48 resets. Yeah, I think that's more accurate. At first, I thought you were going with the Wally joke, but then I realized it was icy. And I forgot what I was saying before. Guys' ice jokes. Come on, get out of here, women. Nothing wrong with women. I'm just saying, you know, I was just saying get out of here, women, because she was in my way of the door, and she has to stay in the kitchen. I'm just joking. I pressed the wrong button. I'm such an idiot. Mario Kart Monday? Mario Kart Mondays? Mario Kart I would have to set up. My Switch isn't here. And because stupid OBS deleted my stuff, I would have to set up stuff for that. Which isn't too bad, but it's possible. Was AFK, but why not just do an editing stream like I was saying before then? I feel like editing stream is kind of lazy content. Because I could just edit off stream. I mean, I could play off stream too, but I mean, it could be interesting for you guys to see. I've done one editing stream before. Oh my god. Marshtomp. I hate you, Marshtomp. Look at that stupid face. You caused our downfall before. You pee-pee boy. Jesus. Does Eevee count here? Glaceon? I already know the answer to that. Okay, this is the last file we have, okay? This is run 50, which means we have officially reset 49 times. I mean, there's nothing special. It just means it's a hell of a lot of times. And I want an ice Pokemon. Please give an ice Pokemon. Monkey Mario Kart Monday. It sounds catchy. We should make it a thing. Nah. Mario Kart Mondays? Nah. We could do it for today, though, maybe. Freaking Eevee. I know, right? I'll just pretend you're making excuses because you're scared, though. Okay. I could... I mean, if people want it, sure. But as a stream, it wouldn't be as boring. Maybe? I feel like it would. But, I mean, Diego found that interesting when I did it that one time, so... What are y'all doing this Friday before Christmas? Do you celebrate it? No. I don't celebrate Christmas, but I am doing a Secret Santa with friends, so that should be fun. Why not? You can bend the rules a bit. Ugh, what is this stupid Swampert? You should do... You can bend the rules a bit? Wait, for what? For changing it up after 50 resets, or for doing a stream? Yeah, I could. That's why I'm asking you guys what you want. You know, you should do a blue lock or whatever color lock, and only pick Pokemon of such color. That would be cool. Yeah, I've seen that being popular as well. The reason I'm doing Monolock is because I thought it would be good to do an Ice type Monolock for winter. But by the time this episode's gonna come out on YouTube, it's probably gonna be, or this is gonna come out on YouTube, it's probably gonna be like February. That being said, a blue lock is a great idea that I thought of. I'm just gonna write it, or like a color lock. I'm gonna write it down for the future. Donkey Kong December. What Donkey Kong am I supposed to play? Ooh, what if I tried to speedrun Mario 64 right now? Or maybe not. What if I tried to play Osu, the rhythm game? Would you guys want to see that? Assuming that there's no Ice type right now. Everyone, listen to your VIP overload and vote on Mario Kart. Donkey Kong December, Mario Kart Edition. For the Eevee, you can bend the rules a bit? Nah. I wish. Yeah, after this one, I mean. Yep. Yes, you guys want Osu? You know what? I'll give you guys the... Well, listen. We might still get an Ice type, okay? We might get an Ice type Pokemon. Yeah, right. I mean, it's possible. It's like a 1 out of 400 chance. So, you know, it's possible. Maybe, is it? It's a very low chance. Maybe like a 1% chance. And we've gotten Ice type Pokemons quite frequently for the percentage wise, I think. Has been Hotel Husk song, Casino. All right, let's see what happens, baby. Let's see what happens. After this one, I want to do a shiny lock. But after the shiny lock, I think that's a good idea. I really wanted to do a shiny lock for some time now. But maybe we'll do a blue lock or a color lock or whatever, and then a shiny lock. I don't know yet. I'm still on the fence about a shiny, like when I should do a shiny lock. Okay, guys. The moment of truth. What are we getting? Please be an Ice type. Please be an Ice type. No! Oh, I screwed up the timing for the tension also. No, it's not an Ice type. Oh. Jesus, that sounded like someone choked on something, if you know what I mean. Well, that's it for that. As of Gen 8, 5.6% of all Pokemon are Ice type. Low chances. Yeah. Well, this is only Gen 6 up to Gen 6 being randomized. And there are 9, and remember, we can't get duplicates, but that's for catching. The luck of getting it as a starter, I don't know what it is, but there's 33 Pokemon that are Ice type, which is very low. But yeah, that's one of the big reasons I did it, because it's the lowest. Ice type is the lowest. Ekans. It's an Ekans. Okay. I kind of want to play Osu. Are you guys okay with some Osu? With me trying out Osu? I have no idea how to play. Alright. I'm gonna hold a poll. Osu? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? I'd have to set it up a bit, but it shouldn't be too hard to set up. Mario, I put a poll up so you guys could say yes or no. Oh, this is fun. Oh yeah, okay. I've tried playing it once and I was so confused. I tried streaming it, but it wasn't working out. But I figured out how to save it, I think. So we get Osu. Let me put this here. Indeed. Let me just put it here. Not only are the chances low for you getting an ice type, you also gotta hope that your rival doesn't have something too strong. True. True. Okay, let's view results for the thing. Hey, we got 3 yeses. Hey, you guys want to see some also? Okay, cool. Let me do beginner loser. That's the title of the stream now. We'll go to Osu, which means background music. This title may conflict with Twitch's moderation policy. I'm calling myself a loser, and that what? Come on, Twitch. That's dumb. Beginner noob. Like, let me say noob. Okay, Jesus Christ, that is so dumb. Oh, what? No, this title may conflict with Twitch's. What? Huh? I'm a noob. Okay, that was very weird. All right, let's try to make this happen. Let's see if I'm smart enough. Do you guys think I'm smart enough? They ban you for bullying yourself. Okay. First, I gotta open it. Hopefully, it's not insanely loud. So if it is, my apologies.
Welcome to us.
Huh? Okay. We're on Osu. Osu. It's pronounced Osu, guys. It's not working. Oh, I think I have to go to it, and then it starts working. Hey! Wait. Okay, it doesn't show my password. I made an account. I don't remember the password. Is this the password? Please? Oh, it's Christmas edition. Come on. Come on. Come on, let me sign in. Do you guys hear it okay? I think it's being heard. It's being heard. I don't know why that sounds funny to me. I think the volume's okay, right? Hey, okay, we're in. We're in, boys. Boys and girls, we're in. Ladies and gentlewomen. Does anyone know how to actually play? I was trying to understand it, and I have no idea how to play this game. I was so lost. I was pressing all the buttons. Maybe they don't even... There's no tutorial, I think. Maybe, like, I'm just really dumb, and it should be very obvious how to play. Like, there's so many options. Jesus Christ. Click Osu. Yeah, I know I could press play, but, like... Huh? Alright, let's just play. I love the anime stuff. We're gonna go to solo for now. Alright. You guys ready? You guys ready for this insanity? Ooh. What are you more up to, Osu or Osuma? I have no idea what the difference between those two things are. Like, I've never played Osu. I tried to play it once on stream, and it didn't... Like, I didn't have it set up on OBS correctly. And then I tried on my own time to play it, and I was just so lost. Sorry, I had to double check something for a second. Osumania is like, ooh, Guitar Hero. I have played Guitar Hero before. So maybe Guitar Hero? I want to try some Guitar Hero. Is there a difference of like how you do it? Dab. What? The music just got so different. Some nice looking stuff. You play it just there? Oh. Oh, it's not here? It's like a completely different game? Or it's like here? Whatever, I don't care. Let's try something. I'll do non-Guitar Hero. This sounds cool. Let's do this. I like this. Ooh! Asu wa ame ga tomu kara. Oh, that's beautiful. It's because the rain stops in the morning. Something like that. That's the... See, I'm such a good, What? Spin? Oh, that's like... Huh? Ah! There's a volleyball! What the hell is this? Okay, we got this. Asu wa ame ga tomu kara. Let's go, 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 let's go. You know what would be cool to add to this? Beat. Oh, I get it. These were at the arcades in Japan. I never played these because they were so hard. That's what she said. Ooh, guys, I could use my new thing. I could use my new thing that I just added. Beat. I want to add a beat for Osu. Like, so it goes with the music, the whole screen. If I could do that. Wait, guys. Where's the button? Where's the button? The button, no. There we go. My hand hurts. Oh my god. Okay, I'm doing better. I'm doing better. God damn it. Let's go to the bottom left, yeah? Wait, is it bottom right better? What's better? I think bottom right is better. Oh, we could skip this. Okay, we got this. The volleyballs don't always go backwards. Oh, I could hear the words. I'm so close. Oh, yes. I'm too boomer for this. No. What are these? This is so dumb. What is this? It's the coolest game I've ever played in my life. We got this. Easy game. Easy game. Is the game. Pay attention to when the rings close onto the number. Yeah, I know. The thing that gets me confused right now is the... The ball just confuses me. Why'd they have to have a ball? Ooh, I'm getting better. Like, the ball is playing tricks on me, bro. They show an arrow sometimes. I did better. You actually did pretty well? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. You're supposed to stick with the ball? Yeah, I'm trying to. But it's so confused. I pretty much got it. Like, I understand the concept. It's just the direction, you know, the arrows. I'm just not used to this. So it's confusing to me. Like... Here, I'll get it now. Bro, I play music. Not as much anymore, but... And I'm not that good, but... Ooh, you just gotta calm down. Too fast. Okay, that's not bad. I have to get used to the song. Oh, the arrows are not confusing me anymore. As much. Jesus Christ. Ooh. I swear, when I saw people playing... There's games like this in Japan. In the arcades. And when I saw people playing this, I was like, Jesus Christ, they're freaking geniuses. It looks so insane. But once you get it, it's like anything else, I guess. Oh, you don't even need to follow the ball. Oh, maybe you do. At first I thought you could just hold it. This is actually fun now. Okay, we finished the song. Oh. You're supposed to stick with the ball, just follow it when there isn't. Is this a Japanese game? I think so. You don't remember them having it in arcades, Chris? In Japan? They definitely had games like this. I don't know if it was the same game, but... what do you do with your hands? You go with your hands like... Oh, wrong button. Wait, is it the wrong button? Wait. It is the wrong button. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you, Epicuro. God damn it. Where do you go like with your hands? Okay, I definitely need to fix that. Or I can't really zoom in. I got a star. It's the first star I ever got in my life. Hey, I got an IQ +2. Yes? Yeah. I never played them because they always looked scary to me. Okay, I don't want to watch a replay. Yo, it sounds mad good. What the hell? Okay, so we have a tall hat like Abraham Lincoln style. We got a Pokemon hat. We got a taco hat. We got just regular caps. We got a chicken hat. Excuse me. We got like a nice like cowboy hat. Which hat you want? Oh, and we have a ping pong master's hat. Which hat you want to wear? Okay, D is better than F, right? D's nuts? That sounds like a good thing. There we go. Now you can see my whole head. Well, can I hear some other songs? Oh my god, that was just easy mode too. But that wasn't 1 star, so... Can I hear a song before? Oh, I could. Yo. Taco hat? Okay. With the green screen, the taco hat looks funny. D is for D's nuts? Oh, do yours nuts? I mean, what? Here's taco hat. Amazon, baby, Amazon. Alright, let's try this. I like these songs. These sound cool. I don't want no pop music. I do it too early sometimes. Oh, I think you only have to follow it when it goes back. If it goes one way, yeah, you don't need to follow it, you see? I still get all the points for it. Oh no, I get more points maybe if I follow it? I don't know. I feel like I know this song. Or it's just a common song. How does this look so impossible? And it's not even that bad to do.
I eat chicken wings a lot, 'cause they are tasty, yeah.
Oh, I screwed it up. I don't know the song, so it's also harder because of that. My goal is 70%, baby. Just like on every test I got in my life. Just kidding, I was an amazing student. But now I'm a streamer. Come on. I can't read chat, I'm sorry. Hello there, I can't see you, but hello. Asuka there. Ah. Gomen, ima dekinai desu. Sorry, I can't do the music thing now. Let's see. But do you guys actually I should change that in the title. Cause there is no music thing now. You can't put background music. I just saw the clock. Alright, see ya, bro. Thanks for popping in as always. Have a great night. Mwah. To be fair, the people you watch are probably doing the harder difficulties, which are like actually insane. Yeah, that's probably a good point. It still looks intimidating though. Samusara? Hello. Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing? Bois? Iraq? What is this? Oh, this song? 2 is 3 stars? Oh, it says it in Japanese. Normal, difficult, devil, fatal devil, or like demon. That's cool. Let's do normal. What? Oh. How do you do this? How did I figure that out? How do you do this? How do you do this? What are the buttons? Ah! Yeah, this is, what is it called again? Oh, this is both. Okay, so this is red. Okay, this is too crazy. This is too crazy. This is nope. Wait, I didn't see the easy version. What the heck? Oh, it says ZXCY. But how do I know which is? Oh, the blue is blue. I guess that makes sense. I used to hate this in Japan because it was. I feel like it didn't count a lot of the times. Also, I have a opposite in my head. I make red. I make red left. Okay, I'm getting it. Okay, I got it. I don't got it. No, I don't like this. Let's go back to the other one. I don't. This one sucks. Oh, what's up, Osu? I remember you. When you can't play Taiko. Because you usually hit harder on the machines. Yeah! Cool. Okay, gotcha. Welcome. You're in Honey's chat, right? What's up? Taiko, I don't want to do Taiko right now. How do I know if it's Taiko or not? Does it tell me? I'm a noob at this game. Oh, this is tutorial. What the heck? Way too hard on it and ruin their sensitivity. Yeah. Are you Japanese? If you don't mind me asking. Because your name is in Japanese. Obviously. Two, yes. Alright, I want to get some amazing music. What does this sound like? I actually liked... Which one was the one I liked? There's an icon next to song name. It's specified in a different mode. You're fully Vietnamese. Gotcha. Oh no, I was talking to the person who's like actually Japanese. In Japanese. You're half Japanese. Oh, that's so cool. But that's cool to know too. Fully Vietnamese. Very cool. That's cool. I lived in Japan for like 2 years and oh, it's like some of the best years of my life. Not like I lived so many years, but... Do they have any like anime songs? Like, maybe this is an anime song, but I don't know it, but... Alright, this sounds cool. Let's try this, let's try this. Okay, if there's an icon, it's specified in a different mode. I like this mode better. This sounds cool. You know what anime I've been watching lately? I forgot what it was called. But it's for anyone who is curious and watches anime. There's like this new anime, probably not new manga or manga, whatever. That how does it go? Damn it, I screwed up. That goes shite. It's like some girl is in an underground and she's trying to like get out of the underground and travel, and her dad is like, no, you're too young, you're like 9 years old, and she's like, but I want to travel, and then the dad is like, you know what, fine, and then they go traveling. It's like this, it's like a it has it's what's the word for machine anime again? Jesus, it's so hard to multitask with this game. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Okay. I was trying to read chat and I missed like. This is my first time playing this game. I didn't even play this when they had it, because they had they had something like this in Japan. I don't know if it was called Osu as well, but that would make sense because Osu means to like push. So, and you literally push on it, right? You don't use your mouse, obviously. So, I never played them though. They always looked so complicated to me. But now that I'm playing it, it's actually really fun. Maybe I could do normal mode. Easy is not bad. 83% though, it's not that high. I thought I was doing better. I messed that up. My hand's gonna hurt soon though. Jesus. Do they have like subtitles in hiragana or something? Or like furigana? For the kanji? Can I read like the subtitles of the song and sing? Machine anime? What? Yeah. Tony's actually good at the game, unlike me. Oh, who is Tony? Osu, Tatakae. Yeah. What? Oendan? I've never heard of Oendan. They look complicated, but now I kind of want to play it. Right? Oh, spin! Oh no, it's not a spin. I'm not doing this perfectly, huh? Guys, give me tips from the pros. What am I doing that's that's bad? Except like missing things. I like this song. It sounds cool. I gotta add some more songs on my Spotify from this. Spin! They even had gloves. Yes! So Oni equals who? Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. I thought I accidentally double. Oh, I thought that was on purpose. What should I call you? Because in parentheses it says Asuka their pet, but Samusara. What is the kanji? That I forgot so much of my kanji. Ooh, I got a C. Wow. I'm gonna congratulate myself. Okay, that song was it was pretty good. It was kind of slow. Oh, thank you for the follow. Who? You probably get that so often. I'm sorry. Yeah. For anyone wondering, we usually play Pokemon Nuzlocks here. Do tier lists of like different stuff, like Pokemon, food. Play community games from time to time, and then just play like Mario Kart and some other games like Osu, like right now, I guess. Alright, let's see. By difficulty. Ooh, let's go to 1 star. I'm kind of curious how... Oh, there is a tutorial. How to survive in Japan. Forgot like the 1K Joyo kanji. Yep. Listen, I mean, you don't need to know You don't need to know how to read kanji. Especially like for names, reading kanji is very hard. Right? Obviously, because like... It's so different. It's not onyomi and kunyomi. It's like more. I forgot what it was called, but... Nanori, yeah, Nanori. Wait, is it Nanori? Or are you saying... Fuck that, yeah, exactly. So, like, I don't feel bad for not, you know? But, like... Alright, let's try the tutorial. But,
Hello and welcome to OS. Let's learn how to play.
Ooh, they just said I was amazing.
OS is a game about circles. When the approach circle touches the edge of the inner circle, that's your cue to click it. You can then earn more score by accurately syncing your clicks to the music. Give these circles a try.
Is 300 the max points? Or I guess it would show the kanji if I get it perfect, right? Ooh.
Sliders build on circle mechanics.
Nanori is bullshit. Hell, some people don't even get mine.
Just like
yeah.
Circle, then keep holding the mouse button as you follow this ball at a predetermined speed along the track. If a slider then has a reverse arrow, you'll need to follow the ball backwards too. So try some of these yourself.
So what should I call you? If you don't mind me asking.
The spinner is the simplest object type. Just hold your mouse button and spin your cursor around the center of the screen.
Wait, can I go sideways? Probably not, right?
Have you try? And
that's hard.
Covers the basics of OS gameplay. To see if you've really got the hang of this, try playing the song to its end and pay attention to your accuracy. If you see
so 300
below
is
300
okay.
here, that means you're clicking beats too early or too late.
Don't worry, I'm good.
Also, you can click
I play
the
music.
X
I could
and
do
Z
this.
keys on your keyboard.
Oh, what?
Good luck and have fun.
I could? Oh wait, that's so much easier. I'm actually happy I did this tutorial. Oh, my hand doesn't hurt as much. But even the 1,000 like kanji, I wasn't good at. I was like N3. For anyone wondering, N3 is like. Ooh, I'm so good. There's different proficiency levels for Japanese, supposedly, and yeah. Ooh, S. Well, this is a tutorial. What is that, Hanatori? I forgot so much kanji. Also, if you stop like using it, right? Like I've been back from Japan for a year now, like I don't read anything in kanji ever anymore, you know. So it's Hana. Eh? I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, I'm sorry. Wait, why did I say Hana? I don't know. No, because I was thinking like wings. Hanabato or something? I am telling you, I don't remember, okay? Just tell me, just give me the answer. Okay, what's this? Hide and seek. Yeah, I don't want that one. Can we get some like... Ooh, this sounds nice. It's hard. It's okay. I'm already a beast. Excuse me. What is this, a gaming one? What the heck? Huh? I got this. It's still the same as the start of my username? I'm telling you, I don't remember how to read any kanji. Except like the easy ones. It's too easy. It's too easy. Let's get something harder. Ooh, this sounds mad cool. I thought this was by difficulty. Am I really that bad? Okay, let's go with Bittersweet. What is this? Oh, that's the same song. They don't have too many songs. You could import some songs, right? Ooh, this sounds really good. Samusara? What the hell? Am I catching fruit? Am I supposed to catch all of them? Oh, Samusara? The part that's not in kanji. Got you. Gomen. Shitsure. Everything itches. Am I good for a noob? I want to know. Am I terrible for a noob? Is the music loud enough to hear? We need answers! Yo, this sounds so good. What the heck? It sounds kind of simple to play on piano, but really weird at the same time. CTB, blah. What the hell? I can't catch all of them bananas? I know I'm a monkey, but... Okay, there we go. Was that like extra score? What is that? No, I'm not good for a beginner? Or no, it's not Samusara. It says Samusara. I know my katakana well enough. Unless I don't. Come on. Ooh. Saw that? They put smoke up. Ooh, they put smoke up for me. I'm so good. Oh, cause I have 40 in a row. Oh, that was beautiful. That was. You're actually very good for someone of your skill level. Yo, I'll take it. I'll take it as a compliment. Can you play Fasten Your Seatbelt next, please? Is that a song? Or is that a game? Yo. Can you search songs here? Oh, you can. Oh, type to search. Sure. It's probably really hard, yeah? That's what she said. I don't think it exists. Seat. It doesn't exist. Maybe I need to buy more things or something? I really like this song. I want to go up a level here. Illusion of Inflict. It sounds. I like it sound. Oh no, that wasn't the song. What did we just play? We did... Huh? Oh yeah, we did. No. No. Wait, I could just search it, right? Let's go to 2 stars. You have like no maps? Oh, how do I add maps? I'm literally a noob. Like the title says it all. I'm a noob. All right, we're gonna try this, and then I'll read how you. No. What? Why isn't it working? What? It's not moving. It's not. Oh, because I need to use the arrows. I'm such an idiot. I was like, why is the mouse not working? No, I missed one. Oh, I'm a failure. Expert is probably literally every single note. Yeah. You know why I'm not that bad for the first time? That's what she said. It's because I have hand-eye coordination from my days of playing ping pong. And the reason why I don't 100% perfect? Okay, I'm actually playing terrible right now. The reason why I don't 100% perfect everything is because I'm old now. Wait, 78% is... You either buy or donate? Oh. Do you guys like this song? I like it. I'll read the rest of that message after I beat this game. Oh my god, my eyes are like glued to the screen. It sounds like Attack on Titan a bit, part of it. Who, if you're still here, do you live in Vietnam? If you don't mind me asking. You might have answered me before on Honey's stream. If you did, I apologize. I know you said you are Vietnamese, but I don't know, like, obviously, if you live there. And also, are you fluent in Japanese? Samu? I don't know. I don't know what to call you. I'm sorry. Gomen. Okay, I'm doing better. This is Osu. Welcome, Cortez. How are you? Either buy... bananas! I can't reach. Come on, ping pong. That's what... Ooh, bars. Come on, ping pong. You're a beast. I wish I had other... I lived in a streamer house or something. So someone else could play it. And I play on guitar or on piano matching this. Okay, this is hard. This is hard. You either buy donate to get supporters so you can download maps in the client, or if you're a broke kid like me, you download everything from the site. Oh yeah, I'll download everything from the site. I'll do that. I'll 100% do that. I'll do that option. This song sounds cool though. I want to beat this song, okay? I'm sorry if it's annoying to hear, but it's a beautiful song. So I'm only a little bit sorry. Ooh. I feel like you could like, I feel like a rapper could sample this. Like, it sounds so like good. Does anyone else think it sounds good, or is it just me? Maybe it's just me. Listen, I'll be happy with 80% at this point. I'll be happy with passing the level. You know, I don't know if this is true for you guys, but for me, if I think about, like, for games like this, if I think about it, like, I screw up more. But if I don't think about it, I do better. You know what I mean? Like, you're in the flow state and you just get everything done. That's how Mafia works. Okay, okay, I'm doing better. The former is better since banana. I apologize for not reading stream fast enough. Ooh. I have to find out, like, if you could get certain Pokemon, just Pokemon. Certain food. If I could just catch it at the tip of my plate, and if that counts. I like how it doesn't ruin the music when I miss. Bro, this is crazy. What the hell? I'm doing better every time though. The former is better since the game's written in spaghetti code and has performance drops when you tap out of game. Yeah, actually, if on Discord, if I want to like, you know, yeah, it screws, like, it's only full screen, yeah, or maybe it isn't. I don't know. It's still fun though. But I gotcha. So buying and donating is the better route. I live in 2021. I'm not gonna buy my music. Just kidding. I think, obviously, if you can afford to, it's probably a very nice thing to do. Come on. What are these fruits? Okay, we got apples. There are no apples. We got grapes. We got bowling balls. We got like strawberry. I don't know what these fruits are. Oh, we do have apples. You could probably do better, Nathan. All right. Okay. I think that's enough for that. For now, the song's getting a bit annoying. Let's just go by artist. Come on, let's get some words. I want some words. Hey. Okay, that sounds cool. There are like no words though, but yes, back to this. Oh yeah, I don't need to click. I forgot. Okay, I messed up the beginning because I forgot. Okay, don't worry guys, I'm a pro. Look at that. Oh. Oh. Ooh, I got the Subarashi. I don't even know if that's Subarashi. Come on. Boom, boom, boom. Yo, let's go. Hey, we got a check mark. That means we won the game. Okay, spinning is hard. I wonder what the average spin is, and like what's a good spin. Come on. I'm so concentrated. I'm gonna have arthritis at a young age. Come on. I mean, those people probably stretch their hands a lot. Hello there. I don't know who's there, but hello. I will check after this. Go, man. Sorry. Oh, come on. It's so hard. Ali! What's up? I can't respond. Long time no see. This isn't Jump King, but did you change your name a bit too? How are ya? Nice emote too. Servers are paid by that money since this game isn't monetizable. What is this, freaking Titans from Attack on Titan? I don't know why I keep talking about Attack on Titan. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I gotta do a harder version. I'm too cracked, as the kids say. Can you verse people? Not like I want to verse any of you guys. Did you see that Bleach trailer? No, I don't really, I never really got into Bleach. I watched it, oh, I barely cleared that. I watched a few episodes, and I don't know, I didn't like it for some reason. But I only watched a few, so. I didn't like Naruto originally, and now it's like one of my favorite animes. Because I'm a normie, I guess. But I didn't like that for a while, so maybe I'll get into Bleach. But I did hear that it's coming back again, right? I thought Bleach finished, like, for good. Are they, like... What's going on with that? That's the only one from the big three that I haven't watched. They give me so much anxiety. I don't know why. Damn it, I screwed up. Come on. Well, the song's so, I gotta stop talking. Okay. Oh my god, my hands hurt. Which will be back in 2022.1. Damn, 2022.1. Is that the second edition of 2022? Sounds cool. I don't like any of the big shonen at all. So plain. Bro, Naruto is so good. What are you talking about? But, you know, respectable. Okay, I'm getting better. Oh, this is still an easy map. Alright. You know what? I gotta show you guys some content. Oh, the manga is finished. Gotcha. Bleach Resident Sleeper. Resident Sleeper, nice. Ah, the manga finished, the show didn't. I didn't realize that. Alright. Easy. Let me just stretch my, what? It already started? Wait, I was stretching my hands. They gotta chill. Jesus. Okay. Last try. One Piece is very slow though. The manga is better though. Okay. We're gonna do. Why does it start so fast? It doesn't give me a moment to relax. I feel like one of those people at the arcades. Nothing wrong with that. Just saying. No, not the spin. Okay, good. The spins are so annoying. Okay, I'm not bad. I really like the songs here, though. Even the free songs are good. Okay, that was a bit bad. Now, let me scratch my nose. Thank you, game. No. Needs Sharingan. Normie energy huge. Hey, okay? True. Listen, at least I'm not one of the people who are like, oh my god, I love anime, I'm gonna learn Japanese, okay? And learns like 3 words, okay? At least I know a little bit of Japanese, okay? I lived in Japan, I have some experience. I'm not a complete normie or, you know, whatever. But with anime, yeah. I am a normie. I love Haikyuu though. I don't know if well, Haikyuu is obviously normie in Japan. I don't know if it is here, to be honest. I don't feel like it is. I think it's more popular in Japan. Spin! Hey, Nissan, what's up? Nah, I don't know a lot of Japanese. Japanese is mad hard. Yeah, I'm trying out this game because I have to make more randomizer files for the Nuzlocke. We went through 50 files, 49 resets. At least you have that. Yeah, that's right. At least we're able to read the. I haven't gotten around to it. I haven't like looked at anything Japanese in a while. Gomen nasai, sorry. My cousin gave me my cousin is Supez in chat. He gave me a Murakami book to read. Murakami is hard, but I also just didn't get around to looking at it. Right now would be very hard though. My kanji is terrible. Oh, okay, now I could read more chat. I hate running into those people who say hi to me and I proceed to talk to them in Japanese and their brain. Yeah, I mean, I minored in Japanese in college and that did literally nothing. Like, I lived in Japan, I couldn't understand anything, you know? But after 2 years of living there, you know, if you want to go to like Nomi Hodai or whatever, Nomikai with like coworkers, if you want to drink with coworkers, if you want to work with coworkers and have a good relationship with them, you're forced to learn something. So my Japanese, I can speak, I can have conversations pretty fine, but I'm almost always grammatically incorrect. Like I'll use the wrong grammar, but people will understand what I'm trying to say. Jesus, this is hard. I miss Japan. Sometimes. Because that was lit times. But yeah, I think a lot of people... I don't know. A lot of people think they're good at things in general. But it's all in how you define good. I don't claim to be good in much. Let's go, muscles. Oh. Quietly.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, my eyes hurt. Oh, God. Thanks, Nathan.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty
Living
okay.
in Japan,
I guess.
don't wanna. Have you ever lived in Japan? That's still pretty advanced. Wants to voice act David
Monkey do good.
Oh, that's sick.
Monkey do very
Nissan.
good.
That's so cool. Sorry. Anytime I want to scroll up. Thanks, Nathan. Thanks for redeeming everything. Okay. Okay. I actually got that. Let's go. Bro, I'm gonna bump up the channel points for these things if we keep redeeming them all. Or just do it once a day, Nathan. Don't do it all the time, alright? Come on. Come on. You did it like 2-3 times already today. I don't think you need to know Japanese to teach in Japan. As crazy as that sounds. If you want to be a better teacher, you definitely should learn. But yeah. I don't care if you have lots of points. You don't need lots of points to redeem all that. That costs like 200 points. They give me a whole, which is, you know, not a little bit amount, but they give me a whole script and stuff that said I can change what I see, fit, and record. Cool. Maybe I can use your mic instead of my iPhone. Sure. You could use my mic. We'll do after I come from Florida. Very nice. My Japanese is definitely my second best language to to speak. But if I only lived there as a child. Have you never lived there? Alright. Let's see what other songs we got. No, I'm not studying Russian anymore. My Russian teacher got pregnant and left me. Sounds funny to say. Well, she had a kid and then stopped giving lessons. I stopped like Russian and Hebrew. I'm trying to concentrate. I'm trying to focus on... I don't want to focus on a bunch of different things. Like, that's what I usually do. And then I don't get much done. So, I'm not looking at language right now. I'll get back to it, though. Prego then left me. Exactly. I found some app called... Yeah, HelloTalk, yeah. HelloTalk is great. My friend met his girlfriend of 3 years through HelloTalk. She lived in Japan. She lives in Japan. He lives in New York. They were together for 3 years. And then COVID kind of broke them up. Partially. And she didn't want to move to New York. Are you the dad? Are you sure you aren't the one who left? Yeah, why are you guys so mean to me? Maybe I am the dad. And maybe I did leave. But you know what? I don't want to live in Ukraine, okay? Jesus Christ, what are these? Okay, let's just see how crazy the craziest song on this stuff is. Okay, let's get this. Let's get this. Oh, I can't do this. Just press everything and it works out. I tricked the system, guys. Okay, taiko is so much better with actual drumsticks. This is actually... I don't like this. It's not fun. Okay, I don't think this one was... Bro, they're all taiko? Oh yeah, if it shows a taiko. Oh. Okay, this one's not. There's a lot of great apps for learning languages in general, but... You don't like living there? Alright, that's hard. Now I know. But have you lived there, I guess, is my question. Can you play this map? Welcome away. Probably can't because I suck, but... I don't know how this works. What is this? I have no idea. What, do I download it? Is there a download button? How do I, Huh? What does that mean? I just told you earlier. You said that you don't want to live there. But you didn't say why? I'm like scrolling through chat right now. Yeah, I don't think you said why. You need to sign in? I should be signed in. Okay. Alright, you guys don't need to see that info. Password. Does anyone remember my password? Okay, I signed in. Oh, download. Oh, it's to direct? Which one do I click? I'm slow. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. You could download? Okay. I just got a virus. Oh, that's sick. That's so easy. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna try normal for this though, okay? That's cool. Wait, no. I gotta go back here to read chat. I mean... Oh, this sounds nice. I know the reasons that most people don't want to live in Japan. But I'll be honest, I like the culture in Japan in a lot of ways better than in the States. But I can see why people don't. I was also blessed with a great experience with great coworkers. Like, I've heard stories where it was worse. Like, I think I was lucky, and I just fit it better. Also, I'm a foreigner, so obviously it's a different... Well, I was a foreigner there. Jesus! I'm not doing that bad. Different from asking how I lived there. Oh, is that the whole song? Oh, that's quick. Hey, I did it. I did it, though. Wait, I did it. Give me another map. Give me a harder map. Well, no, not necessarily. This is easier. Okay, let's try this. Why I hate living there is different from asking, have I lived there? Did you answer either of them? Am I like blind? Thanks for the follow away. If only I lived there as a child. Like, okay, at least you have that Normie energy. I don't like any of the big shonen. What? Am I must be. CTB? I could have missed it. Can you just tell me again? I'm sorry. I'm dumb. I literally just scrolled up everything. Well, I didn't find it. Maybe it didn't go through to my side. My apologies. Oh, Linked Horizon. Also, Shinzo Sasageo. Wait, what does it say? Oh, this is like the person who put it. Attack on Titan. You could download with video? We're gonna do without video. I don't wanna put too much space, too much stuff on my... So you could do anime stuff. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Okay, cool. Rhythm game pog. Yep. Oh, this is easy. This song is so overrated though, I'm not gonna lie. It kinda got annoying to me after a while. Are there any like Naruto songs? Or like... What? I could probably just search for songs, right? Oh, that's so cool. I wanna play like I wanna play some Japanese music I like really like. Not necessarily anime, but anime also. Damn, I sound like such a loser. It could have been that it didn't go through though. Sometimes chat messages don't go through. Or I could have just misunderstood something. Because I'm pretty sure I read everything. Sasageo, Sasageo, Shinzo Sasageo. I don't know the words. My eyes are burning. Sasageo. Am I gonna get copyrighted for this? Yeah, these are kind of short songs. Ooh, thanks for the applause. Sorry, I had to check something. Yes, this is my first time playing. I had a living because I was... Oh, I definitely did not read that. My bad. I was like openly bullied for being half different. Yeah. That sucks. I've definitely spoken to people who've shared the same experience. Well, not the same experience, but like who have gone through a similar thing. Didn't you figure out how to separate the audio and the VOD? Yeah, but I didn't do it for this. Wait, should I do it? I should probably do it, right? No, let me do it. This is kind of like... I didn't plan to play this game necessarily. By the way, if the music is too loud or not loud enough, let me know, guys. I can change that. Game capture. We're gonna basically put this so it doesn't go... Okay, boom. Now it's no longer gonna be in the VOD. A bit late there, but... It is what it is. Okay, what is this? Doraemon? Okay, we'll go with Dry Man over here. We could search also. Let's go for... Do they have like actual... Oh, they do. Oh, that's so cool. That is sick. I hope it's not a hard version. Naruto. Okay, I don't want to hear Sasageo anymore, okay? I only know the song because of my students. Okay, let's do this. Oh, this is closer to my level too. Or above my level. But I'm sorry you had a bad experience in Japan. That sucks. Okay. I had a great experience in Japan. But I do acknowledge that. Oh, I almost lost. I think that they're backwards, or they're like stuck in the 80s in a lot of ways. I think. Obviously, a big part of it. No, I was doing okay. Isn't that Blue Cat on a snake? Maybe, I don't know. Okay, I want to do this song. Oh, study for finals, bro. Wait, I pressed on the removed. Huh? Oh. I love this song. You live there as a foreigner, not as someone who's raised in the system. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying, like, I understand why, like, it's not the same for everyone. But just because I was foreigner doesn't mean that, oh, my experience was, like, really good because I'm a foreigner. Like, I've heard of people who had bad experiences as, like, foreigners as well. Especially, like, black people. It's a lot of it has to do with how you deal with it, right? A lot of everything in life. But obviously being half Japanese is hard living in Japan. And I also knew people... I knew people who were from different parts of Japan. And just from being from a different part of Japan, they would get, like, bullied. Like, I knew someone from... あの日の悲しみさえ、あの日の苦しみさえ、愛してたあなたと共に。I know someone who was from... Where were they from? They were from Okinawa, and they moved to Kumamoto, and they were... Or I think they lived in Osaka afterwards, before Kumamoto. And they would get bullied a lot because they were from Okinawa. And then... Like, I don't know. I also got stopped by the cops for stupid reasons several times in Japan. But, like, I don't know. I still love Japan. Obviously, I had a very different experience from you. I See, now I feel awkward. A little bit. I had students who were scared of me because I look different. I don't know. But obviously this is very different than being born Japanese. Or being born half and living in Japan. I don't know. I also know, like, I had some students who were half American. I had some students who were Chinese who moved to Japan. And, like, I think I lived in a very... First of all, I would assume that it's getting better just because slightly more immigration, even though it's still 99% like Japanese in Japan. And because of globalization and because of Fortnite and all these things. Like, younger generations think very differently than older ones. But at least in my areas, or like the schools I taught at, like, they were, I had very good, like, teachers and stuff. Like, the Chinese students felt not really included, but there were teachers that tried to make them feel included, and I don't know. It was pretty wholesome a lot of the time, from my experience. So I feel bad that you had to go through it how you did. And I can't read any of chat, so I don't know what anyone's saying. Do you think they would have... Wait, I want to see if they have... I want to see if they have this one song, I'm going to go crazy. And if Chris, if you're still here, you know what song I'm talking about. See you, Nathan. What is this study thing? Couldn't be me. Doesn't help. At the time I was autistic at the time, like semi-functional. Yeah, that doesn't sound like it would help. Especially in Japan. And I don't know how old you are, but I'm assuming if you're like in your 20s, then for sure it was harder back then. For sure, the pace at which everything's progressing is insane. Not like Japan is perfect, but you know, bullying at the time made for going for someone who barely talked to someone who never talked. That sucks. What song do you want to hear? Asuka. I still don't know what to call it. I'm sorry. You're 18 now? Gotcha. What song did I want to put? Damn it. Oh yeah. Wait, I forgot what it's called. Okay. Do you know this song? It's like Rora Kimi wa saseo Rora. What is that stupid song? I always forget the name of the song. You can download Osu skin in here. Nah, I don't care about the skin. Wait, does it look cool? Oh, that's kind of cool. Nah, I don't care about it though. Skins are bleh to me, usually. Bars. I have to find this song. It's like one of the best songs. Okay, I definitely have. Why isn't it playing? Okay, play some music and then there we go. Let's go. Rora. I have it on Spotify, I think. Kitsuitara. I think it was. Who is it by? Can you search in Japanese here as well? Anata wa watashi no hikari. What the hell? What is this song called? Where did Chris go? This is like one of the... Whatever. I'll put the other song I like, if they have it. Beat map search. Beat map search. Can I forgot how to do my Japanese keyboard, or the Japanese keyboard. There's a Control Alt, Shift Alt. Oh, here it's Shift Alt. What? It's not typing in Japanese. You can only search for titles and sources in Japanese because the metadata isn't written in Japanese. Oh, you mean in English? Okay. So I guess we'll just do Itoshi. They probably don't have more like unknown songs, right? Itoshi no Eri. More player. Oh, there's a lot of results actually. Hikari. Who's this by again? 自分が思うようにこれ伝えたあなたに愛しい Ah, I did Control F. I can't. It's not here. Wait, it is. In the search bar. そばにいたのにまるで嘘みたい They only have popular songs, yeah? Can I show you a cool score I got? Sure. それだけが確か Where is it? There's so many results. Maybe they must have obscure songs, right? あの日の苦しみさえ愛してたあなたと共に This turns into a singing stream. 苦いレモンの匂い雨が降り止むまでは帰れない I want to go through everything so I could just... Ooh, we got to number 3. Wait, what? There was 2 search results. Now there were 3. Bro, FML. Nothing? Oh, here. It was somewhere here. No, it's not. Okay, whatever. I give up. I give out. Let's see listing. What do they have? Ooh. How about Anohana? Yes, okay. That's popular. Let's download without video here. Oh, I wish Chris was here. It's like his favorite song. I just sent the map to you in game. How do I? Oh, cool. Asuka. Oh, okay. It's Asuka. Oh, it's what's in parentheses. I see. Asuka. Gomen. I'm sorry. And sorry if it's cringe that I said Gomen. An email has been sent to my email. What? Ooh, email verification. Let's see. Your verification code. Or I could just click on the link. I clicked on the link. Empty. Score replay to go along with it. F8 in game, don't do stuff on site for this. You have to verify each time. Ah, interesting. Thank you. Psycho no. Oh, this is so cool. Huh? What? Huh? Oh, it downloaded. Oh, I see. All right, let me play this song, and then we'll check that out. Wait, how do I hide chat? How do I hide chat? Oh, here it is. I'll play this, and then we'll check it out. You need the map too from I sent to you? Okay, I'll get it afterwards. What? Oh, this is how it starts, because it's from the show. Jesus! Okay, I gotta actually... I don't know the words to it, though. Oh, it's a shortened version. It usually doesn't go to the chorus as fast. It's also lower volume. Oh, I thought it was Sabishikute. Ah! This is so hard! Let me get to the chorus at least. Oh yeah, it wasn't the chorus, but whatever. Kimi to natsu no wari sourai no yume. Oh, if I had the video with it, would it give me the subtitles? Oh. Then again, reading subtitles while playing the game is probably really hard, especially for me. Why so hard? I suck. Okay, well, I did it. That's cool. I like that it's shortened as well. Okay. I'm gonna download the map. Yo, enroll. How's it? What is that from? That sounds cool. And then this is yours. You only got a B? Cringe. Just kidding. Watch replay. Oh, what the hell? I could sit back in the endo roll kara and I can't read the rest. Oh. It's probably pepperon cinco? Oh, I shouldn't say that. This is easy? Jesus. Damn. You have like 92% and it ends up at being B. Sheesh. Let me just this sounds cool. Wait, do you not? Oh, you guys don't see it, do you? Bro, this app is actually a bit frustratingly annoying. And you guys did see it. I'm dumb. Oh, cool. It sounds mad nice. Oh, I could change the playback speed. Interesting. I'm gonna write it down, put it on Spotify or whatever. And if they have it on Spotify. Sounds mad nice. What is it from? Jesus. Oh. Nice. Whoa. Yeah, I'm not trying that right now. Maybe in the future. I'm just like mesmerized by the screen right now. Anyway, isn't for men things, just the owner is partnered with host. Oh wow, that's mad cool. Okay, let me go to I want to see what, let's see if I can impress you with some of the Japanese songs I know, okay? Since you're saying I'm such a normie and all this stuff, okay? You know, everyone's gonna be like, what is this song? Everyone in chat, all the thousands of people, they're gonna be like, what? Well, I've never heard this. This sounds amazing. I have a Japanese playlist on Spotify. Where is it? Where is she? Not where is she, but I have too many playlists nowadays for copyrighted music. Japanese. Here it is. A lot of these are popular. Oh, I like this song. I mean, I'm assuming that they have all these songs. I don't even know if they do. It's probably gonna be hard if they haven't. It's so annoying that you have to type it in like Romaji. It's not. There's nothing. My tastes aren't really that obscure. Stuff I like is mostly indie stuff from Toho Dojin circles. Oh, okay. I mean, it sounds good. Oh, have you ever heard this song? Let's see. Bro, they don't have anything. Shouldn't they have like a lot of Japanese songs? Do I have to spell it like that? Or maybe... this is so annoying. Okay. I don't know. Wait, let me think. This is so cool. I didn't know you could just like import anything. I'm trying to think what's not like that. Okay, this is pretty big. Yeah. Okay, if it's by a big artist, they'll have it, I guess. This Ani song is more preferred. Okay. Okay, I'll deal with it. Wait, no. I don't want it 4 stars. Okay, let's try it. Contains scenes with rapidly flashing colors. Okay, if you have epilepsy, be careful, guys. Jesus. I like the background. Oh, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Come on, I gotta be better than this. I'm doing this. I'm doing at least like 10 seconds of this, okay? Come on. Okay. No, too hard. But you couldn't give an easier version? Oh. Like 7% of the community who maps there aren't Japanese. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if it's... Let me see. Let me see what else I got. You could search by artist too, right? So if I press on... Oh, okay. Okay, let's try this. Okay, they still have some amazing... I mean, again, like I said before, from the big boy music. Not big boy, but like the popular ones. Okay, yes, they have easy. That's what I need. You could do by artist. Yep. Okay, cool. Let's do normal. I'm not that big of a noob. I freaking love Tokyo Revengers. And I really like this opening. I don't know, until I went to Japan, like it was just like, okay, like, you know, anime songs. And then I fell in love with karaoke. I went to so much karaoke. I wish it was that cheap in New York. But I went to so much, or in the States in general. I don't know how much it is in other places though. But oh my god, I would go like 8 hours in a row. I learned how to read Japanese much better because you have to if you want to karaoke. And I learned so many good Japanese songs from like older coworkers, from just random people. Oh, I just miss having like cool new experiences like that. But you know what? That's COVID. I would like to move again. Like to Korea or to like Russia or something. And stream it this time. To show everyone, you know? I don't know the words to this though. Karaoke bars in Japan are so good. I know, right? The foods that they sell, like melon and vanilla. That's like one thing I miss about Japan. Just the food. That's it. I miss karaoke a lot. Like, a lot. I miss going out with like one of my friends that I made on the airplane going to Japan. American guy. He was in chat earlier, actually. Because he's like just so cool. Because we just gave each other this energy to just go out. We would go to random bars. One time we went into a bar and this guy came up to me and tried to kiss me. Like I just opened the door. He was drunk, and he just tried to kiss me. We're like, what the hell? I think we also went to a bar that was like no foreigners allowed or something once. And then we got out really quick. Like I don't know. It was so adventurous. And safe. And clean. That's not New York. Anything with... No. Stop it. I don't want to get copyrighted for that. God damn it. Now I gotta look it up again. How do I... Okay. Hopefully it doesn't cost much to download. Am I proving I'm not a foreigner? No, that would be fucked up if I had to do that. Yeah? That's, Damn it, why do all these songs... Why are they such hard versions? Alright, let's go to, let's see what else they have. Goodbye, what if I just type in Haikyuu? Or I guess it's W, right? Okay, they actually have... of course they have. Alright. It's anime! And everyone's a weeb. Oh, shit. I like... Okay, let's go to normal here. Let's go to normal. Me proving that I was a citizen. One time the cops stopped me because I was playing Pokemon Go, and I walked I just walked towards my apartment, and then I saw some of my students, and I didn't want them to know where I live. What? How am I screwing up? I didn't want them to know where I lived at that point of time because I don't know. I just felt like it would be weird. Later on, I didn't care, but So like I saw some of my students and I was like, oh, what's up, you know? And they're like, what are you doing? And I was like, oh, I'm playing Pokemon Go. So I just walked past my house and then I see, oh my God, I suck. My students left like the area. So then I was walking back towards my house and the cops stopped me in a car and they're like, bro, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm playing Pokemon Go. He's like, there's a lot of kids here. I was like, what the hell? There's a lot of kids. Like, this is all in Japanese. They're like, oh, there's a lot of kids here. Like, what are you doing here? I'm like, oh, I'm playing Pokemon Go. And he's like, oh, we saw you talking to kids. And I was like, yeah, they're literally my students. Like, I teach. Like, I teach English. You know, I even said, like, kyoshi. You know, I'm being, like eigo no kyoshi, you know, which is, like, more, you know, informal way or whatever, from my understanding of saying, like, more humble way of saying that you're a teacher, right? I don't know how I keep messing this up. And he basically didn't believe me. And told me to open my bag. I had nothing in it. Told me to show my residence card, which I did. I gave no attitude also. And then and then said, be careful, like in a stern way. Like as if I was doing something wrong. Hello? And I was like, what the hell was that? I was a little scared, but like, you know what? Okay, apparently I suck at this. Maybe I do need easy. Wait, wasn't there an easy mode for that? Oh, whatever. Why would I call the school? I had my residence card, which said I was a school, like that I was an instructor in Japanese. Like, there was no reason to call my school. What's up, Depth? How are ya? You're on break now, yeah? How are your finals? If I'm remembering correctly. But like, I don't know. Like, I don't. Like, I understand. Like, I don't know. That didn't really affect me. Like, I didn't really care. I also had a beard at the time, like a bit of a beard. So maybe they thought, you know, they thought something because of that. Okay, let's put some more of this. Okay, this is last of the Haikyuu. Oh, this one wasn't that good, this song. I haven't watched the latest season of Haikyuu. I get too excited from Haikyuu. Oh, the song is pretty good, actually. Na, 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 na. Sorry, I'll reach out in a second. And by a second, I mean like a minute, probably. I tried to read it. Wait, I could just pause it. Nah, but that's... There we go. Beard on you. Okay. I kept saying finals and forgot it was only midterms. Lol. How did I miss those messages? I swear, sometimes I'm like so dumb. Damn. But you have break now, right? I think Sai does also. Are they saying so what? It doesn't take off points for misclicks, right? I'm a bariba. Damn, they're believers. That's so messed up. It's interesting how different languages people can't pronounce different letters. Oh, okay, I did good. You just want the semester to end? Fair enough. Hello. That one made... That's what I'm saying. It made me look sus, you know? So I was like, okay, fine, whatever. Like, I've never seen a Japanese person with like a full-on... Actually, I have seen Japanese people with full-on beards. I don't know. I met some really interesting people in Japan. Even like for Japanese people. Like, I met this guy who built his house in the middle of a forest for the acoustics to work a certain way so he could hold concerts in his house. Like, that was insane. It's Christmas break. Hey, let's go. Where's my button? There we go. It took so long to find that button. Now it's gone. Okay. This is really cool though. I like that I could just put music and essentially listen to it with you guys. Ooh, they have to have this. Do they have Southern All-Stars? What? That's bullshit. They're so popular. Ugh. Oh, that's so annoying. Is it hard to map games? I guess Yonezu can see it is. Flamingo. Oops, did not mean to do that. Flamingo. What other songs? Okay, they probably have Back Number. A lot of people know Back Number. Yeah. I don't know too many Back Number songs. What do I have saved? Happy End. Oh, that's this one. It's too popular for me. This might be the next song. They probably have King Nu, right? I'll check that after. All right, let's get in the game. Let's go normal. One try map on mapping? Sure. Thanks for the follow, Skyland. Skyland, Japan?
Hello there.
Ah, what the hell was that? Hi. Hello. I see you have Japan in your thing. Are you in Japan? Because that would be kind of cool. Oh, come on. Come on. The only part of the song I know. Flamingo. Oh, I'm screwing up. This is so addicting. Yeah, Japan? Oh, cool. Yeah, this is my first time playing this game. I'm really bad. Actually, I'm okay. I think I'm okay. Cool. What part of Japan, if you don't mind me asking? What is the difference between the colors? I guess it's from the one before, right? I wish Twitch Sings was still a thing. There used to be a thing on Twitch, for anyone who doesn't know, where you could like do literally karaoke. But then because of copyright stuff, I guess that's why, actually. I'm not sure why. I don't remember why. Flamingo. They removed it. Which sucks. I would have been on that not all day, but I would have loved that. I don't know why I'm holding my mic. I don't know if it's rude to... Eigo hanasemasu ka? I don't know. It feels so weird to speak Japanese now. I haven't spoken so long. No? なるほど。ごめん、僕はちょっとだけ日本語話せる。2年ぐらい熊本市に住んでいたから。I lived in Kumamoto City for like 2 years. うまくない。でもありがとう。たくさんわからない。Okay, cool. I feel cringe. I feel like so cringe. 欲しい音楽、欲しい教師ありますか? You see, I don't even know if I said that right, but whatever. Yeah, can you send the map you were trying to map? And is it hard to map? Happy End, I think, was next, right? Was it next? Yeah, I like this song. Depends. Interesting. What can I do? I'm just looking through my... Oh, you followed me on Twitter. Thank you, Skyland. I don't really use Twitter much, too. Nanigai. What's good? What's good to put? Let me see my list of music. Oh, I guess I have to put this. I guess that's Paprika, yeah? On the song and difficulty of which you intend to map. Okay. Okay, they must have King Gnu, right? No, there's no way. They're so big. Really? Ooh. So no original love. Is this searching by artist and everything? Like, I guess it is, but Asahi no Ataru Michi. It's kind of frustrating how they don't have so many songs. I mean, like, obviously it's pretty crazy how they have so many, but like they don't have so many too. Low difficulties are so tedious to make. Really? I would assume the opposite. That's interesting. Is there a specific reason why? Ooh, I'm gonna stop getting excited. None of these songs pop up. Wonderland? It's like only anime songs and really popular Japanese songs pop up. Okay, okay. This they have to have. This they have to have. Hikaru Tada. Okay. Okay. Come on. Come on. Don't think twice is good. Do they have Anata? Anata no. Where is it? Nai? They don't have it? Why? Why? Like, they don't have any of my favorite music. Japanese music. Well, they had some, I guess, but... How about... If this gets annoying that I'm just searching, let me know. Guys. Alright. I want to listen to... Baku. Hey, they have from Barta. Okay, I like that. I like this song. See, only anime they have. It's all the weebs, that's why. Next song, I want Plastic Love. Because that song is... Okay, they do have that, okay. Oh, let's try normal. Oh, there's an ad in progress. My apologies for anyone who has an ad. Let's go normal. Ah! Too fast! Hi. How is this like normal? Actually, I'm not doing that bad. I keep screwing up. My hand hurts. Nihon de doko ni oh my god. Skyland doko ni sundeiru desu? Sundeimasu ka? I hope it's an okay question to ask, but なんか熊本市行ったことがある? Cause the rhythm is brain dead. That's why. Chiba? Oh, nice. Cool. Cause the rhythm is brain dead. Okay, that makes me feel better. So not all of them are mapped on like well, I guess. Yeah. Interesting. Let's try Plastic Rabu. Okay, they have normal levels for this. Okay, good. Let's try this. I screwed up. It looks so weird. How do you say like hard to see? Mitsuki? I forgot how to say it. Okay, let's go back to let's go to easy. Where's the easy one? Wasn't there? Okay, now we have a lot of songs. They stay, right? Okay, they do stay. Here. Sent you it? Okay, after this we'll check it out. Plastic Ra. Oh, it's Rau? Rau? Oh, Rabu. I didn't see the 10-10. Oh, I'm such a noob. I messed up 2 times. Come on. I don't know the words. Except Plastic Love. I don't listen to it that much. It's so weird. Like, the way it looks. Boo. This game is difficult at first. Once you get used to it, it's easy. Really? I suck right now. So you speak some English. Or you're trolling me. There's one or the other, but... I'm sorry. Do. I wish I could sing along. Well, I guess Chiba English is also better, right? Kumamoto has one of the lowest English rates in the country. Or not one of the lowest, but below average. I don't know if it's one of the lowest. Deep L? I still think this game is bullshit hard. Like, I feel like this is not mapped or whatever that well. Because sometimes I click on it and it's not as smooth as the other ones. Or maybe I'm just complaining because I'm doing that. Hello, Emma. There's a lot of Emmas on Twitch. I don't know if your real name's Emma, but welcome. This song's really long though. I feel like it gets annoying after a while. No? Oh, it is Emma. Wait, what? Why does it say first time? First time. I was like, your name looked familiar. And there's definitely at least 2 Emmas on the top of my mind that I could think of. Like for this channel. I am so confused now. The end of the song is literally just Plastic Love. Like plastic love, and you just say it like 10 times. Is that the Emma I think it is? I'm so confused. Wait, was that it? I don't remember. I feel bad when I don't remember things. Don't worry. No, got it. It's so long. Oh, here it is. This is the ending. I know it's plastic love. It's I know the. I don't even know what you're saying. Oh, names. I know in plastic love. Burning sun. Come on. Come on. It's so long. I shouldn't have put it. I thought they would shorten it for the game. Oh my god, really? What's the point of this? There was no point of that spin. There was literally no point of that spin. I know it's plastic love. Alright, I want a better song. Takeuchi Maria? What else we got? What else we got? What else we got? I don't know if I know any more songs, actually. By that person. Ooh, how about... What's so quiet now? Lucky Tapes. Nothing? Night. Oh, yeah. Sorry. You see, like, I have, like, the brain of a goldfish. My bad. You said F9. Okay, I pressed the right one. Let's see what this is. No. Wait, what? Why is it showing? Oh, I have to press F9 again. Wait, didn't I press this already? When I'm working? It's the same link. You sent me the same link. Haha, I didn't make a mistake for once. Okay, I can look for another song for now. Well, you sent the correct link. Do they? Do goldfish remember where they're born? I don't know if that's true. I'll take your word for it, though. Kamiyama. Oh, yes. Okay, finally. Jesus. How many songs do they not have? I don't know if I know Yellow. Oh, I do. I have it saved, so I know it. Jeez. Alright, let's go with this. Oh, I remember the song now. Na 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 na. じゃあ、普通がいいですね. Yeah, we have a lot of rewards now that are just awesome. Emma, can you tell me who you are? I'm so sorry for, like, not remembering. It also says first time chat and there's no logs. But, like, I know of several Emmas at the top of my mind. Like, that have come to this channel. 4K, what does that even mean? Alright, let's just do normal. The harder normal. Ooh, thanks for the Let me go get water. I'll be right back. I have no water. I'm such a loser. to go get water. Yeah, whatever. Yellow. Okay, I'm back. It didn't copy. Yeah, that's right. Asuka. Ha. Yellow's kind of annoying. ちょっとうるさいこの曲。ちょっとだけでも。Let's just play a different song. When I'm drunk, I speak better Japanese. Okay, this one I know too. I don't remember how it sounds, but I have it saved, so I know it. Okay, this one's okay. じゃあ行こう. Let's do this. I don't know the words to this. This is clear though. You could hear all the lyrics. You guys want to hear something funny? I made a song in Japanese, Japanese and English, but I never like properly like put it on Spotify or anything. I recorded it and I edited like it a bit, but I was like, this sounds dumb. And I found out that it's so easy to rhyme in Japanese. You know? Not that it's hard in English necessarily, but there's so many things like you could just use to rhyme because of the endings. Which I found funny. So hard. That's what she said. Damn it, I'm so slow. This artist's music. Nande, why do I suck? Did you send a new one or is this same link? Haha. Wait, what? Why does it? Let's go indeed. You can say just about anything in Japanese and still make it sound good. Well, to an extent, yeah. Well, I just feel it's cool the global ranking. I feel like it's just before you start laughing your ass off. My God, why is my throat like COVID? Why is it? How about Yoasobi? Will they have that? Yay! Okay, actually, this is the song I have. I got confused for a second because it's all in katakana. Okay, hopefully they're small files. I like this song. Let's go normal. I found it funny what the kids would ask me questions about. They would be like, what's your favorite word? And I was like, what? And I had to start learning to come up with a favorite word to tell kids. So I was like, atatakakata. And they'll be like, why? Why is that your favorite word? And I'm like, because it's fun to say. Like, try saying that like 10 times straight. Like, atatakakata, 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 atatakakata. Yoasobi is popular here. Where do you live, if you don't mind me asking? And if you've answered and I missed it, I apologize, okay? But, or are you just saying in the, like, in the States it's popular? Which is where you live? If you live there. I don't know. See, I never know if it's too far to ask certain things. Well, that's not really too... But, like, you know, if people are comfortable with me asking. But then, yeah. So my apologies. I don't know. Boo. Oh, you meant for Osu. Oh, okay. My apologies. The reason I like asking like questions to people is then because I have like a better picture of them in my head. You know what I mean? And it's like, as streamers, especially when you have thousands of people watching you like me, you know, it could get hard remembering certain things. So like if I remember, oh, this person's from Cali and is aged this much and this is their credit card number and social security, it's easier to like talk about certain things, I guess. Oh, and remember certain things. Hey, I did it. I did it. Oh, there's more? Eh? Owaranakatta. I thought it finished. I love how you could just hold on it and it works. Okay, I'm getting better, right? Maybe. Okay, yeah, Monka S. Why Monka S-ing? It continues. I keep thinking it finishes. Ooh, I feel the beat now. And I'm still doing bad. Listen, one makes things weird by making things weird. You know what I mean? If you don't make it weird, then it's not weird. But then if you make it weird, it's kind of funny sometimes. I like making people feel awkward sometimes. Not in chat if I like don't know you or whatever that well, but in real life especially, because it's just so funny to me. Jesus, the song never ends. Huh? What? Why was there an X? Nande batsu? Why? Why? What's the difference between nande, doshite, you know, and all of them? I remember knowing at one point, but like they're very similar. And Japanese coworkers would always be like, "Oh, they're the same," because like in their head it's like, "Oh, if you already know what it means, it's good enough," you know? Or they just don't know. I don't know. But if you keep pushing the at least for me, they would tell me. Or certain people. Oh, I'm a beast. They're the same. Just one's more formal? Oh, okay. Is that actually true, though? Si, senor. I don't know. That was a dumb... That wasn't even a joke. I don't know what that was. Okay. What else they got? Okay. This is the last artist I'm gonna look up. The rapper. No way that... Oh, they don't have him. No. Why? Why, God? Nande? Miyachi. Nai. Matt Cab? Matt Cab they have? I don't know. They have Daoko? Chiage Hanabi. If I play it, I'll hear what it is, but I might get... Oh! This is Kenshi... What do they got? I don't even know if I know that song, to be honest. Oh, it shows how many are ranked, too. Yeah, we'll just do this. You send me the correct link? Ha, you're lucky I didn't play the song yet. Fixed. Where's my mouse? Oh, there it is. Yo, this thing is so messed up. Okay, there we go. Hey, oh, I don't realize it goes straight into... Oh my god, this is so annoying. Okay, there we go. Below 1 star. That's me. Wait, is this the song you're working on? Oh, currently working on. Wait. Oh, it's not... Oh, I could still play it if it's not submitted. Okay. Bro, this is not easy. Like, come on. This is not 2 stars. Bro, you're just trolling. You're just trolling people to click on this and then get, like, owned. You see, they're like, oh, I just have to spin. This is easy. Okay, last one. Okay, I got further. I'll take it. You know what? I'll take it. I got further. It's meant to be a 3.8. What ranking would you say I am? I'm probably like 2.5, right? I really like this song. It's kind of a shame they don't have more songs that I want. They still have a lot of great songs, but oh yeah, I was gonna play this. Right. 3 point whatever stars. Alright, let's just hear it. The background looks nice. Play the game for a year. Samishi kami-sama. Aw, that's so sad. What do you mean play the game for a year? In a year they're gonna have more songs? Or why does this seem easier than yours? And this is like rated higher. I think you gotta either you gotta change it or they gotta change it. Or I'm just a beast at this song. Okay, never mind. Okay, they're hard. Start mapping to be the change you want to be. True. Because it's lower? Oh. Oh my god, you know how much I would love if they had that song? Yeah. Do you guys know that song? What's it called? It goes like this. Rora. It's like from the 80s. If Skyland is still here too. Skyland 行ったらなんかこの曲知ってますか? Rora 君は Okay, I have to pause this. Rora 君はなぜに Or I forgot the words. Rora na 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 Rora na 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 na. Do you know this song, Asuka? I don't remember. They probably don't have it, but Rora. Baka mitai. Oh yeah. I don't know Vocaloid music. No worries. Oh, Hatsune Miku. I saw Hatsune Miku live in New York. It's Hatsune Miku. I don't even know who Baka mitai is by. So I'm just gonna assume it's them. Even though I could play the song. Okay, it is. What? No performance? That's hilarious. I love that. I only found out about this song from not even from Persona or what, from PewDiePie. Oh, this is beautiful. It better be really easy because it's such a beautiful song. Oh, come on. What is this? This is Muzukashi, bro. Oh, I could skip the beginning. I could see what I mean. Bro, am I missing this? Or is it just... Am I that bad? I could swear I'm hitting it. Okay. No, I'm just missing it. Muzukashi. Oh, they have so many... Wait. Choco mitai? Volition's Dameyo? Quarantine? You couldn't have like easier versions? Like, what is this? Come on. A mashup a bit with different... Stop being bad. I'm sorry, I'm bad. Kokoronashi? Without a heart? Or inside of the heart? Right? I don't know. I don't remember Japanese. Coronas. I got you. Don't worry. Oh, they have. Is it one of these? Oh, at least we could hear Tabaka mitai, even if I can't play it. I don't even know what he's saying. I just say dame yo the whole time. Kokoro nashi in the way it's written means somehow. Oh, never mind then. Amano Chaku are so good or mashup. Okay, all right. I got you guys. I got you. Ama, I'll say it like an American that I am. Ama no Jaku. Kokoro nashi. Nai. Kokoro nashi doesn't have the heart kanji. Gotcha. Gomen, I'm sorry. I was just guessing, alright? I was just guessing. Alright, actually just message me the song, I guess, if that's okay, cause yeah. Let's just look at the list of songs there. They definitely have One Piece, actually. Second kanji is different. Hey, what's up, Nico? How are you? Okay, they have we are honestly is so like oh, you can download with video. That's actually crazy. It's so like overplayed. I feel like there's better One Piece songs. Like, where's the one I'm thinking of? Hey, they have so many. Junkin Ball? What? Oh, what? Oh, they have One OK Rock? I don't listen to much of them, but I don't even know which songs I know of them, to be honest. It was the 14th opening. Does anyone know the 14th opening? I think I like this one. The audio sounds bad though. You know what? Let's just do this one One Piece song. Especially since Asuka doesn't like the big three. Same kanji in the word naze. Oh, gotcha. So why heart? I forgot because I always read as Shin or Shinzo. No. How are you doing, Nico? I said Nico like okay, bro. Skip. Okay, come on, let's get to the song. I don't even know all the words. I didn't grow up with anime, really. I found it when I was in high school. Actually, when I went to Japan, I watched a lot less anime, and now I barely watch. Sekai Tadashi. I suck. How many reds were that? I'm doing well. Happy to hear you're doing good. Actually, not really. There are no... Are pirates a thing nowadays? They must be, right? They're just not that popular. Yukuso Sara. Hey? Oh. Let's go. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Come on, like, why do you... Okay. This is a short song. If it's the TV version, I think most anime is like 1 minute and a half. Come on. Okay, I don't care about this. I barely read in Japanese anymore. It's a miracle I haven't forgotten it all. It's been like 7 years. Oh, wow. Yeah, but... You know... Be happy that you remember it. It's definitely a skill to know another language. I think, at least. I don't remember the words to this. Naruto. Queen. Soreto, you wanna be my friend. Everyone likes Bluebird, right? I like Bluebird. A lot of people know, not even from Naruto, just because it's such a known song. I think when I was in Japan, Japanese people were like, Oh, that's from Naruto? Like, they didn't even know. I guess it just was a really big song. Right? I don't know. I'm trying to look for one specific one that I really like, but it's not that known. There's just so much Bluebird. Why would you make the same song if someone else made it already? I guess to make it more difficult? Okay, I don't know if it's here. Let's just go with the Bluebird. Wait, I see the ranking. The ranking is hard. No. I'm a loser. We want easy. Easy ranking. Easy. Kanta no hoga ii, bro. Kanta no hoga ii. TV size is... I don't know really what that means, but... I guarantee you, Okay, I'll play this and then we'll look at that. I really like this song. Well, I like this song. Aoi, aoi, ano sora. I'll check out the mashup. Itora naite ta aoi, aoi, ano sora. Oh, perfect. What? What is this? Yo, these people were like, they just wanted to make it weird. Okay. Like, am I this bad? Was I not doing better? Am I just getting worse? Ta-da! It's just the map is old as shit? Oh. Wow, this looks... Mapping standards back then aren't the same today. Interesting. Aoi no sora. Yeah. Why does it look better now? What? Did it just change? What happened? I'll read more of chat when this is done. My bad. Because I know it's flying. Oh, that was... what is it? What's going on? That was the part I screwed up. Aoi, aoi, ano sora. It's not put right. The rhythm's so weird. Aoi, ano sora. Aoi, aoi, ano sora. Aoi. What is that? What? That was so weird. Alright, you know what? I'll take it. I guarantee I can't read legal. Legal documents are hard. I actually learned a lot of like legal words, which I've definitely forgotten, because I had to for taxes, for rent, and all this stuff. So that was cool. I can't read shite. I learned basic Japanese. For me, I started to watch anime because when I literally into the culture when I was 8. Nice. You started watching anime when you're high schooler? Yep, pretty much. Except Pokemon, I think. But I watched it in English and didn't realize it was anime back then. Mapping standards was that. A song I really love is probably Alice. You have more pressure too because you're, Japanese too. So like, Japanese people don't understand the concept of like nationality, like half. Like, I remember explaining to my teacher, my coworker, and a class full of children and a bunch of other coworkers how I have friends. Like I have a Chinese, like an American Chinese friend, right? He was born in America, but his parents are Chinese. They didn't understand that concept. It was so fascinating. But sorry, I talked too much. Alright, let's go do... What was it? Here? Is that what I'm clicking on? Downloading all this. Huh? What just happened? Oh, there it is. There's too many stars, but I'll try my bestest. What is this from? Is this from anything or is just that design? Huh? Oh, okay. Easy. That was to show you guys what not to do. This is what you want to do, okay? Bro, this is okay. Don't do that. Damn, a lot of sad songs. Okay, you know what? You're just gonna have to hear it like this. While I look for a different song. Ooh, this sounds mad nice. I love sad songs for some reason. Aoi no sora. Yeah, that's great, right, Def? Yeah, I like sad songs too. But sad Japanese songs sound nice too. But no, there's no buts there. I guess that's about it. What do we got? They don't have so many songs, but they have a good amount of songs too. I'm like running out of songs to look for. I really wanted to sing because I really like that song lately. Ooh, they have a lot of anime songs. I'm looking for more anime songs. Furo. I didn't realize Flow made Naruto and like other anime also. Colors is like great. This song sounds nice too though. No lies. Sekai Saemo. I remember right before I left Japan, I did karaoke with a bunch of friends and one Japanese coworker, and we were screaming, and she looked at us like, "What the hell?" But then she started getting into it. It was so nice. And for this song, we all just screamed. We had just screamed this. Sekai Saemo. Oh, well, I guess we did more than that. And then we didn't know the rest of it. I don't know if it was this song or a different song. I think it was this song. The rest of it was too fast, I guess, for us. Okay, is there an easier version? You know what? No. I like this song a lot. We're gonna do it better. I started when I was 8 or 10. Which anime did you start with, Nico? Doraemon? Buno Sekai Saemo. Okay, that's better. No, this song I could sing. It's slow enough. With subtitles. It was some other song that we sang. I thought it was this, though. Maybe we just went crazy at the chorus. Nagara. Nagara. Oh, come on. Just give me the points. I just want to hear the song. This is the best part. Just because I know it. Sara. Oh, yatta. That was so hard. I love how most of the community doesn't know stuff like Yaru ni Kakeru is a suicide song. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. Even songs I listen to in English, I don't know. I remember someone. So usually we play a lot of Pokemon here, and when we play Pokemon, I have background music. People could just put any music they want, song request. And like someone put this song that I really liked, and I was like, "Oh, this sounds so cool! It's like so nice, upbeat. Like it's a nice song. Like it sounds so happy." And they're like, "This is a song about like death or something." And I was like, "What?" Like listening to lyrics in English is a task. Me personally, I'm not gonna try to understand them in Japanese. I mean, sometimes I do, but like Lemon is kind of I've heard it so many times. I've got a bit of idea of what it's about. Or Anohana. Anohana is very easy to understand, which I already added. Is this like Sakura? But I didn't know that either, to be honest. Because I don't know anything in life. Let me look up one more song, okay? One more thing. Jibu sekai sae mo deshimae sora. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest, what song to put. Oh, they have American songs too. Maybe we should put something. Do they have Aerosmith? We did a lot of Japanese songs today, and I can't spell. Aerosmith? Yeah, okay. Weebs don't know classic rock. They probably have Queen. Queen is huge. Yeah. Queen is so overplayed, though. Eric Clapton? Probably no one knows what that is. Oh! Eric Cartman. What is that? I got so excited. Okay, this is a good song. This will be the last song. Actually, I might do a few more songs. Yeah, we'll do a few more songs. We'll do this and then go to the one you just sent. I'm a believer. I freaking love music. Jesus. Oh, that was scarier than I thought it was. Oh, it's so big. I could actually see it. That's what she said. But it's actually nice to look at now. For me. Just look at me. So it seems. And it on my knees. And then she saw her face. Now I'm a believer. And a trace. Please tell me you all watch Shrek. I'm in love. Ooh, I'm a believer. I'm a believer if I tried. You've never seen Shrek? You gotta watch it. It's great. Well, I guess you're pretty young. 18 years old. Damn. Wait, did you say you're 18? Someone said they're 18. I think, yeah, you said you're 18, right? How? I'm 24, so that's, how many years is that? 6 years ago? Was Shrek big when you were a kid? Have you, like, heard of it? Nah, it must have been big, right? Not a trace out of my mind. I'm in love. Ooh, I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. I was living in Japan probably during that time. Ah, that's fair then. To be honest, I didn't know living in Japan. When I was living in Japan, I didn't know 2 years worth of pop music from here. But that's obviously very different. It was only 2 years. It is pain. I got rain. So wait, what? That was so confusing. I'm a believer. I'm a trace. Out of my mind. I'm in love. Ooh, I'm a believer. I got a dreamer if I tried. And then I saw a face. You gotta watch it. It's a great movie if you want to watch it. Not a trace. Out of my mind. I'm a believer, yeah. I like this. This actually is, it's nice, relaxing. Too many spins though. Okay, I cleared it. New Jersey is close to New York. Yes, I lived there till like 2014. Oh wow, okay. So we lived there till. It's I don't have quick maths. 2014. If you're 18, 2022 is almost coming. What is that? 8 years ago. Oh, you said earlier you haven't been there in like 7 years. So like 7 So until you were like 11. Oh wow. Oh your Japanese is probably gonna stick with you for a long time, which is amazing. Because New York is too big. New York is very big, but there's areas in New York you could go that aren't as big. So. Oh yeah, we're gonna try your song now. I just want to see if they have Linkin Park, because that would be awesome. Ooh, they do. That actually kind of surprises me. We'll download that for after. Without a trace. Owari no Sekai Kara. After the world is over. All right, I'm gonna try. It's 5 stars, but I'm gonna try my best. Okay, it starts off not bad. Okay. It's gonna get crazy, isn't it? Don't die. It's gonna stick like it's gonna stick till like I somehow either get a head injury or just not use it for another 5 years. I don't know. I think you'd be surprised. If you use it just a little bit, I think it'll stick. My mom is from oh my god, my mic's about to break open. I don't care. My mom is from Azerbaijan. She moved she lived in Israel until she was like early teen, right? When she was 3, I think. So she lived in Israel for probably around the same time you lived in Japan. And her Hebrew is still fluent. That being said, she still does speak in Hebrew to some people, but she spends most of her days not speaking in Hebrew. Oh my god, this is so freaking hard. What the hell? It's not even like... I feel like it's not that hard. That's why I'm kind of getting mad at myself so far. And I still remember a decent amount of Hebrew. Okay. I'm sorry. You're just gonna have to hear it like this. No, I mean, I don't know. Watch me play the map. I'm gonna play some Linkin Park, and then I'll watch you play the map. Okay? I want to play some Linkin Park. I'm sorry. Linkin Park is great. I'm even gonna do normal. But in the end, did you say actually option 2? Option 1 is Pennsylvania. Oh, you're thinking of Pennsylvania now. Pennsylvania, so New Jersey has a lot of houses. Pennsylvania might be better in terms of cost also, to be honest. I think it's cheaper, so that's good too. But yeah.
Hello there.
Thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Hey, Dinelle, what's up? Why are you brawling me? What, you don't like this? You don't like this song, bro? It's my first time playing this game. Hello. Or, I guess, first try. Watch you go. This is the perfect song to end a night of karaoke. God, so because you get that hoarse voice and it sounds so good with this song. If you don't have the hoarse song, it doesn't. The hoarse. I'm gonna lose. The hoarse voice, it's not worth it. Doesn't even matter. Why? It doesn't even matter how hard the song, bro. Well, it's like the first non-Japanese song I picked. You don't like the song? The song's great. Part of your property. Bro, you're a hater. Freaking Californians, they don't know good music. Anymore. Not that you knew me back then, but it all comes back to me in the end. Or am I singing? My singing is so bad. I bet you me be a memory of a time I tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I'm like going too fast. To lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even... Ugh. What the hell was that? I put my trust in you. Pushed as far as I can go. For all this, only one thing you should know. I grew up with this song. Not one of your favorites, fair enough. This is my first time playing, alright? And no, I was too fast before. Now I might be too slow. For all this, only one thing you should know. How's the crime rate in Pennsylvania? I have no idea. It probably depends on which area. A lot of America, it depends which area you live in. Even in Brooklyn, like some places are, oh my god, I'm doing terrible, are much safer than others. And they could be like not even that far away. You struggling to play DT now? Oh, you should have warmed up. Alright, bro. Alright. Do it better, Asuka. And then I'll see it. We're going to put some more Linkin Park. Okay, you want other Linkin Park? Even if you don't, I'm gonna put it. What I've done. Wait, is this easy rating? Easy rating? Easy rating, let's go. Spectate. I want to play. I want to listen to music. After what I've done. I thought you were going to send me one, that's why. After what I've done. I'm sorry. Gomenasai. Okay? After this, I promise. This song is beautiful. But it's the same vibes, I guess. Do you like this song, Dino, better? See, I'm playing better now. Did you ever visit West New York, located in Jersey? No, I don't think so. I don't know much of Jersey, to be honest. I know more of Brooklyn. I had some family members live in Jersey, but I don't know that area, sorry. I would look up the crime rates online. Come, wash away what I've done. No, come on, I didn't pay attention. Oh, you've never heard it before? Oh, come on, bro. You're so young, Dino. I've been good. Could be better, but good. OBS decided to delete like half my sources, so I spent 4 or 5 hours last night recovering them. That sucked. But got a few new rewards for today set up on Twitch. Got some other stuff set up. So overall I'm pretty good. And wash away. Wait, how do I Asuka, how do I look at you? How do I spectate? Oh. Start spectating. I'm a genius. Wait, I pressed it. Oh, there we go. Huh? Oops. Hi chat. God damn it, the stupid This game is not letting me oh, there it is. It like doesn't show my my thingy. Okay. Jesus. Wait, why'd you pause it? Why'd you pause it? Now it looks like there's a blue thing coming out of Osu with some green like a weed thing. It looks kind of sus. I might get canceled for that. Buffering. Hey. Oh, hey. How are you doing, bro? Oh, dude, you're gonna go far, kid. What even is that? Is that the name of a song? I'll look it up after we spectate some of this. Wait, it says end replay. This is a replay. Oh, it just changed completely. Damn, Daniel. Damn. Owari no Sekaya. Time to drink water. I hope someone comes in and they think it's me. Guys. Guys, this is intense. Have you heard of that song by The Offspring? The Offspring sounds familiar. Damn. Sorry, I'm gonna look up the next song. But amazing, Asuka. Amazing. Honestly, amazing. I don't think I've ever met an Asuka. Sounds like a name that I haven't heard. You're gonna go far, kid. I'll download it for you because I'm such a good person. You know what you're gonna do for this? You gotta... Isn't it so cringe when people dab? Well, you've never heard of Linkin Park, okay, Dino? So... Jesus, that was... The song is insane. How do you have the eye-hand coordination for this? Oh, yeah, that looked pretty insane. Sorry, host. That's a bye-bye for me. You're not good enough. You're not good enough. Yeah, that looked insane. Good job, though. That was crazy. And that's only a... What is that? Was this the 5-star rated one? This one? Jesus. 10-star must be insane. Good job, though. Oh, I know this song. Yeah, I know this song. I like this song. Right between the eyes. We'll go normal. It's 7.1? Oh, okay. That makes sense. I know LinkedIn Park. Bro, this is not a job interview. It's not LinkedIn Park. Okay, if you have epilepsy, be careful. Oh, you played with double time? Oh, this is cool. Huh? This is so weird. Like, what am I supposed to do? Okay, there we go. Never mind, I'm a genius. Some of the songs actually follow the melody or the rhythm, and then others don't. So I don't know which ones actually will. Like, what was that? Hit him right between the eyes. Oh, I get it. It's like the eyes. Wait, so you played it 2 times faster than it's supposed to be, essentially? We got D. D's nuts. Just let me win. Yo, that spin was so random. Hey, let's go. I finished it. Kanji. 1.5 because that's what double time is referred to in music. Ah, gotcha. What is that? Uchi? Uchi no tsuru. Is it uchi or am I dumb? Uchi no tsurube. I don't remember Japanese, okay? I don't remember any kanji. Renu tsurube. Nah, no. I'm not gonna try. I'm not gonna try. Do you think there's one for the first? I'm sorry, Asuka. Kaiwa no hou ga ii. Go ahead. Yomu no chikara wa hikui. Gomen nasai. Bro, you're just using copy paste, you know. Do you think there's one for the first opening of? Yep, probably. They have a lot of anime stuff because it's all filled with weeaboos. Probably, I don't know. Isn't that such a funny thing, like to acronym or whatever? FMABH. Full Metal Alchemist. The Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood opening is actually insane. So I really like it. So that would be cool. Oh, I'm so excited for when I release daily vids on YouTube, because then you guys could check out those videos and enjoy stuff off stream. That's like a little bit edited. How do I look this up? Oh, isn't it again? I think this is, I don't remember if this is the first one. Alright, this is definitely one of them though. Oh, this might be really hard. Okay, we're not noobs, we'll go normal. No, snooze, ad starts. No ads. I could snooze 3 times a stream. I love this song. I heard it too many times though, but it's still awesome. I used to be more like about studying and focusing on that, but honestly with language, one of the most important things is being able to... Okay, this I feel like is well done. This is really well done. It just feels very good. Okay, it should be going fast now. Okay, it's not well done. It's terrible. Okay. What was I gonna say? Yeah, is being able to talk, to speak. Like, there's so many people who have like N2, N1 certification, but they can't say anything. Obviously, it depends what your goal is, but if you want to speak to Japanese people, that's important. If you want to just read manga in Japanese, then, you know, get N2 certification and you'll be fine. Probably. You could even have, like, for One Piece, for anime like One Piece, Jesus, it's so elementary, the Japanese. Like, you could have, like, such basic Japanese and, like, know it. Why would I get a perfect? What are you, crazy? I've never gotten a perfect. I did pretty good, okay. I got over 80%. Don't they have to take a fucking listening speaking test for N1? I think so, but it doesn't matter. I've met so many people. I shouldn't say so many. I've met a good amount of people who had N1 certification and their speaking was worse than mine. And my speaking is not good. Yeah, it's weird. I will say that probably... I should be very clear. Probably most people who have N1 certification know Japanese, can speak it decently well. N2, I don't believe. You didn't do too bad. I know, right? Proud of me, right? Thank you. Thank you, Dinal. Thank you, baby. Okay, next song. What other anime songs could we put on? Or just other songs. Do I at least say their R's right? What do you mean? Is there a wrong way to say your R's? Now I'm scared to say anything with R. Let's see what Yui has. Rareru. Huh? Rareru. Reru? Why did you write Rareru Reru? You should do Lay Me Down by Steve Lacy. Okay. I don't know. My pronunciation is not that great, but you probably have perfect pronunciation. Which is the nice thing about learning as a kid. I want to make my children, if I have children, God willing, I want to make them learn a bunch of different languages, because Jesus Christ, I had a Jamaican friend who had a daughter, and she was living with her in Japan. They live in America now, but she spoke English fluently, and her Japanese pronunciation and speaking was better than like all of ours, even the N1 guy. And she was in Japan for like 3 years. So, yeah. You should... Oh, yeah. Lay Me Down. Hey, I'm looking for your song, bro. I'm looking for your song. Lay Me Down. I don't know what Lay Me Down is, but I really like this song. So, I mean, it doesn't seem like they have Lay Me Down, but I really like this song. So, I'm happy you said... This song is really good. If you guys haven't watched the anime... Ooh, this is not a normie anime. Boom! Finally, I got something. I didn't see Lay Me Down by Steve Lacy. Gomen nasai. Shori. All in English. An actually good English opening for an anime. It's like it reminds me of like 80s music or something. It's just so good to me. I don't really know what they're saying though, to be honest. Fire, fire to you. You see, even in English, I don't know what the lyrics are. Or pay attention to them. Pretty good anime. You know what I just thought of? Your hands on me. I thought of the piano anime. That anime was beautiful. What's the oh, they use like actual classical music in that anime. What is it called though? I forgot. Yoru Usotsuki. It was like something liar. No. Yoru no Shigeki? Your Lie in April. Is Your Lie in April. Ping watches so many sus animes. That title is so sus. How's it sus? It literally says... Wait, what does it say? I'm a noob. I am a noob. How is that sus? You just want to cancel me for no reason. Yoru, no, lay your hands... Oh, the title of the song. Yeah, it is sus, yeah. It is. It's about... Well, I don't want to spoil it. Yoru, no. Wait, what was... Bro, I swear, I'm going crazy. Your Lie in April. Oh. Your Lie in April. Spoil it anyway, because I won't watch it anyway. You never know. I think it's about people who, like, a bunch of kids or people, or I don't really remember. It's a very short anime where they share pain and they share emotion and feelings. It's kind of cool. My friend recommended it to me. I have friends, guys. It was my dad. I'm just joking. It was my actual friend. Hunter. Oh, Hunter x Hunter is good too, yeah. Wait, first I want to do the... Shigatsu. Oh my god, I forgot how to say it. Maybe I have to type it in Japanese. Your Lie in April. Uso. Anata no Uso. April. What was it called? I mean, in English it should be fine. But I don't remember any of the actual openings. Oh yeah, it was this. Hikaru Nara? I don't know. It's on Japanese on Spotify, so I'm gonna have to look it up in Japanese. Hikaru Nara. Oh, come on, bro. Let's go Hunter x Hunter. They almost definitely have that. Yep, Departure. I think that's the one. I really hope this doesn't take too much space. Oh, this is one of them. I don't know if it's the ending too, but... Oh, Hunting for a Dream. Alright, we'll do this one first. This one is a classic too. Oh, it's this! I haven't done this in so long. Okay. Damn, I'm at 100%, guys. Just don't look at the top right. I should cover it with my camera. I like the background. I'm getting distracted by the background. By the perverted guy from this show. Hisoka. He's so cool. Hisoka. I don't know. Hisaka? He's not Saka. I swear, I must be getting tired, because when I start getting tired, I say just the dumbest shite. Hey, we got some, come on, stay above 90%. It's just fruits. I'm just catching frickin' fruits, bro. It's not hard. Oh, come on. How close is that to 90%? For rent, it's 2,200, and for literally a house, 700,000. Yeah. That could be expensive depending on where you live, right? That sounds right, though. Yeah, how many rooms does the house have? That's a good question. When the cost owning property is gross. I miss my apartment in Japan. I was in the middle of a small city, and it was $400 a month. Obviously, my pay was lower, but still. Hunting for a dream. Bro, there is no hunting for a dream. Compilation? What? Sorry. Doesn't seem like they have it. Yo, your favorite thing is like Monka S. It's kind of sus. Sussy baka. I don't want to stay in a rented house. Well, if you want to buy a house in America, pretty expensive. Unless you go to like middle of the country, then it's probably cheaper. Or if you have $700,000, then you know you could donate like 1,000 and just I'll do some research on houses for like an hour. Rip indeed. Rip. Let's see if there's a song called Rip. Nevada time, easy. Nevada? Yeah, let's look for Nevada. Wait, what? And low taxes. Do you live in Nevada? That's cool. What song do I want to listen to? They don't have Eric Clapton. They don't have taste in music. I'm actually going to look at my library for a second, and I'm going to look at my best songs I have here. Excuse me. I doubt they have Matisse Yahoo. Oh, they don't. Dancing in the Moonlight. Hey, they have it. I don't know. What? Why is there a Japanese background for everything? I don't know if I like this artist for it. I don't remember if the original is not as good as like the other one. By followers, primes, and viewers? Okay, this is the version I wanted. Where's that background? But a friend of mine does. Gotcha. Go to Mexico. You can rent a house for a month for 1K. Go to China. I had a friend who lived in China. He paid like a few dollars for everything. So, but obviously, depends where you want to live. Jesus, what is that background? It's ruining the song. What's a banana? Oh, I can't touch the banana. Delight, everybody's dancing in. This is so bad. Dancing in the. What's the? Oh, I hear it now. He's using the guitar. Don't bite and sleep on sleep at night. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. I feel like it keeps changing from. Oh, that's a cool thing. Okay, you know what? It's dumb. I don't like it. China Monk ass. All I hear are horror stories. Well, of course you would hear horror stories. You live in America and you're half Japanese. Like, what are you going to hear from China? Everything that's bad. Well, no. I'm assuming you live in America. I don't even know where you live. My apologies. How about Take Me to the Moon? Neon Genesis? Was that the Neon Genesis song? That song is so overplayed, but sure. Singing in the moonlight, everybody's feeling. But yeah, obviously not the greatest to live in China in certain areas. Bro, all you gotta do is not talk bad about anything, and you'll be fine. Ooh, fly me to the moon. Fly me to the moon. Rip my social credit. Yeah. I don't know. I have friends who were born in China and came here. They say it's not too bad. I think it's what you grow up with. Obviously, I think I would he prefers being here because he is here, right? And I prefer being here, but yeah. Roll to light, bodies dancing. Take Me to the Moon, Neon Genesis version. Is that an actual thing? Did you mean Fly Me to the Moon? I guess it is a thing. Alright, let's try it out. Moonlight. Also the fact that foreigners in China get shit on. I've never heard this. What the heck? Anime version, everything. It is Fly Me to the Moon. What do you mean blah? It's Sinatra, bro. It's sad that you know this, but not the original. It's like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, play my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. So na 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 swing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. I'm making the song better, don't worry, guys. Please be true. Oh, it's a shortened version. In other words, I love you. I know the original, but I heard first at the end of Neon Genesis. Ah, I didn't know that was a thing. Foreigners in China get shot. Bro, foreigners in Japan also not the best. No, foreigners in... I shouldn't say no, because I'm not 100% sure. But from my understanding, it depends where in China, and they'll try to rip you off. But I think they try to rip you off in a lot of countries. Okay? When I was in Israel, they tried to rip everyone off too. Like, any country that's not... New York? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. The stars. See, I can keep going on with this. It's too addicting. Just to listen to music. Slow dancing in the dark. Average income is 140,000, kind of something. Really? 140,000? No. Wait, for what? For what? It depends for what. Average salary in the States, in general, I think is like 40, 50,000, something like that. Median is around there also. 50, 60,000 maybe. Definitely not 140,000. You can be denied a lot of things just because you aren't a citizen, which isn't quite the same as Japan. Okay. All I know is that I had a friend who lived there who's not Chinese, and he had a great time. It probably depends on where you live. That would be my assumption. He lived in a very like rural, in the middle of nowhere place, you know. How about slow burning in a dancing room? Okay. John Mayer. No John Mayer. Okay. Do they have BB King? Any blues in here? Any? Okay. No BB King. That's fine. Do they have any I don't know. Friend told me the funniest thing a while ago. He said people get mad when they get fetishized for being Chinese, but men from China only like Chinese women. Is that true? I don't know. All I know is Japanese, Chinese, and Korean people aren't too friendly. And I've met a lot of people in Japan that do not like Korean people or Chinese people. Listen, I'm not Japanese. I have nothing to contribute to that discussion. That's not why I have nothing to contribute, but... Okay, I want to do Lemon again. Because I really like this song. They don't like foreign women? Okay. Do you know why? I messed it up. I used to perfect this in karaoke. Oh, I'm 100%ing now. I'm definitely gonna. That's what happens when you get excited. 何のいい幸せがあることここにあなたてくれたくしてた I didn't play Pretender. Pretender was big. 永遠に暗いまま They say mama in this song. 一生傷つくことなどないとわかっているあの日の悲しみさえあの日の苦しみさえ全て愛してたあなたと共に離れない苦いレモンの匂い止むまでは私の光 There's so many love songs. So many love Japanese songs. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't have any King Gnu songs. Or that I couldn't find any. King Gnu is big, I thought. It's so hard to concentrate on this. Nah, this one's easy. It's not hard. I'm a pro player. My voice is like dead. I want to like compete with other streamers in this game now. I feel like it would be fun. Not with you guys though. You guys are too good. 私の光自分が思いように落としてたあなたにこれからもようにが吹きないそばにいたのにまるで嘘みたいとても忘れられない I messed it up それだけが確かだ Yo, this is the best part of the song あの日の悲しみさえ My voice is not deep enough. I'm too early. Sometimes. Oh, come on. あなたは私の光 Yo, you are my light. That's what I say to my mom every night. Bars. Anyway. Okay, yeah. I'm not too surprised that we have nationalists who are racist toward Koreans. Yes, every time I get drunk with Japanese people, they let out their, that side of them. It's really funny, to be honest. I know it's messed up, but it's just funny. Because, like, Japanese people naturally are very, like, at least from my experience, very generally, like, yasashi, like, kind and, like, whatever. And even when they're drinking, they're still, like, pretty respectful and stuff. Well, you know, whatever. But you bring up the topic of Korea, they don't even need to be drunk necessarily. Oh, it's the funniest thing. I don't know. I find it funny. I have a friend that said that my other friends like her because she's Japanese, she's half white, and my other friend just thought she was cute, and he's 100% Chinese. It's during World War II when we occupied Korea, and Yep. That's my understanding. Like, World War II, where Japan basically was like going after so many islands and conquered or occupied Korea. Yeah. No Asian fever, and that made me realize that some people think they're worth more due to their genes. Yeah, that is... Wait, I have a friend that said that my other friend like her because she's Japanese, and my other friend just thought she was cute. And he's... Yeah, but you don't know if that's the reason that your other friend thought that she was cute because she was Japanese. But it's possible. I wouldn't be surprised. Koreans are awesome since some of them have a trait to smell awful even after working a sweat. What? I don't know. I've been to Korea. To be fair, most of my time in Korea was like we were drinking and stuff. So maybe everyone was smelly and I didn't pay attention, but I don't know about that. Funniest part about that is the fact they don't really teach World War II in Japan. Yeah. It probably got better in recent years, though. Not smell? You said Koreans have... Oh, to not smell. You see, you write stuff sometimes that just... like, how am I supposed to read that? I do know that there's a lot of, like, Asian fever with white people and white men specifically with Japanese women. It's a very interesting thing to me. What other songs? I really wanted, like, okay, you know what? Let's put Hikaru. Not Hikaru. Yeah, Hikaru. Uso mitai wasrerarenai sore dake ga tashida. Ooh, and the last one, at least for now, Pretender. Ano hi no kanashimi sae, ano hi no kurushimi sae. Or maybe I already did Pretender. I don't remember. In the US, if you live in the Southern States, they don't teach much about the Civil War. That's not surprising. I don't wanna know, baby. I don't wanna know. I played Kingdom Hearts once. I bought like a Japanese game version in Japan. And like I barely played it. But this song is so good. The Ministry of Education and Prisons that want to defend the image of what the country is. I doubt they really changed it. I have hope for future generations, though. The kids I taught and the kids other people taught, like after talking to other teachers, their mindsets on a lot of things are very different. Some bad, some good things, you know? It's very interesting how globalization affects so many people. I wouldn't be surprised. That's why I find myself very lucky that I got to live in Japan at the time that I did. And at the place that I did. I didn't live in Tokyo, you know? I lived in a place where I was forced to speak Japanese because not a lot of people knew it. Only now there's a bigger push towards Japanese, towards English in education. So, I thought I was perfecting this. Not even close. Lifetime. Yeah. And my students were great. I don't wanna know, baby. I had such cool coworkers too, to be honest. I don't know, I think I gelled so much better there than here in a lot of ways. And I think part of that is my personality, but I think part of that is also my parents are not American. And the way my dad taught, my parents are from Azerbaijan. I mean, my mom lived at this point, they're pretty much American. They've lived in America for a long time, but my dad lived until he was 20 in Azerbaijan. And the way that I describe Japan to him now is the way that he describes Azerbaijan when he was living there back then. I don't know, I feel like certain aspects of culture are so bad here in the States and very frustrating to be around. But That's just my opinion. They get to pick what books are okay to be used as textbooks. Do Sephiroth song? What's Sephiroth song? Let me do Pretender first, and then I'll do that. Simika. Oh, what is that? Give me a better rating. No. That's too much. I want to chill when I listen to the music, you know? I live in Virginia. At least they admit that eugenics win and they lost the war, nor do they glorify Southern leaders. Dark Angel's thesis, I think. Haha, now I know where you live. Time to DDoS. Just kidding. Dark Angel's thesis. How many countries did I visit? Not enough. I visited probably like a dozen, like 12 countries maybe. Oh, is it this one? Is this the... No, not this one. Oh, you said Sephiroth song though. What does this have to do with Sephiroth? I'm confused now. Abraham, what you mean with describing Japan like your dad? Ah, sure. So, like, I feel like a lot of my view on the world is that things are run on incentives, right? And I believe that like history is important to look back on, to kind of appreciate what we have, while still looking at stuff that we can work on, like work towards improving, right? What I feel, at least on the media side of things for America as a whole, which is a very general thing to say, but is that American culture kind of concentrates, like makes a big deal out of stuff that to me is not a big deal. Not everything. Some things I understand. But there's so much that I feel like is overanalyzed for no reason. And I think a big part of that is because we have so much free leisure and time on our hands that we just spend time complaining about stuff. And I don't like when you complain and you don't have a solution, it's just a waste of time. Now, I recognize that's not like completely true because you could complain and get the attention of people who could create change, right? So I understand that. But I still do believe that like a lot of American culture is just centered around things that are like also it seems to be very like focused around. Yeah, that's one aspect. Let's just say that. I think people are just more chill in Japan generally, and that's kind of how my dad described Azerbaijan to me. I love it, bro, and it's Cruel Angel. If you ignore it, it will repeat itself. Yo, this song is so annoying. You know how many times I've heard it in like karaoke? It's so frustrating to hear. I'm not gonna lie. But I'll play it for you. Like the amount of times I was drunk in a karaoke place and freaking even Japanese people will be like, oh, you know this song, right? Every foreigner knows the song. And I'm like, yeah, but like, you know, I want to hear your music, not anime music the whole time. Especially this one. Everyone always puts the song on. It's not a bad song though. It's not a bad song. I just heard it a lot. I hate Snapchat stories. It's so stupid. People focus too much on celebrities. Yeah, I hate America for how stuck up their asses they are. Those two things are a big portion of what I'm talking about too. It's just I feel like people. Oh wow, this is with the video and everything. I shouldn't have downloaded that. It's more memory. To be honest. It's good memories now of just karaoke. I've never even watched this show. It's just memories of because I haven't heard it. Like I don't really listen to it anymore, you know. And they thought I knew all the words to it. I didn't know any of it. Ooh! I'll tell you another big thing. Actually, this is huge. This is one of the big things I really appreciate Japanese culture, and what my dad like explained Azerbaijani culture to be when he was a kid, at least. was that people kind of thought about each other. Like, obviously, there's certain things that are terrible. Like Asuka was saying with how people would bully them for I don't know if you're a girl or a boy, so I don't know what to say, but so I'll say them for now. But wait, Asuka is girl's name, no? I don't know. I'm a dumbass. Bully them, you know, for being half Japanese. And, you know, foreigners getting bullied or whatever. Like, obviously, those are problems. Oh, that was short. But I feel like people like I feel like let me give you an example. If I'm at work and I have nothing to do, I force myself to do something because I feel guilty and I just feel like it's dumb if I sit there and just play on my phone a game or something. And not everyone's like that, but I've realized in Japan, at least with people I worked with, they were similar. If they had nothing to do, they made something to do for themselves. It's like you don't need an employer to tell you to get something done. Like, I worked overtime without getting paid for overtime. I went to work longer hours, and I feel like the mindset is in such a better place just to how to live life in many aspects that I feel like a lot of Americans don't have. And I miss that a lot. But yeah. They just want attention. One thing I never understood when I came to America is why the fuck Americans care about their fit. Their fit? What do you mean they're fit? Like how much they weigh? That's because we're all big. That's one thing that's crazy. Japanese people called me like average weight when I was average weight. And when I come back home, and this is more like a Gorski, like Azerbaijani thing, but my parents looked at me and my whole family's like, you got so skinny. If I looked at the BMI, I was average weight. Like, I don't know. That's a bit different though, because, well, no, I think American culture probably has a lot of food-based stuff, right? Because I think 70% of Americans are either overweight and or obese, and like 30 or 40% are obese, which is insane to think about, you know? So yeah, that was interesting. I don't know if that's necessarily bad or good, but well, you know, whatever. The show is ass, but you can watch the 4 movies in 8 hours. Okay. I've never watched the show or anything. Maybe I'll watch the movies. My parents say that about El Pueblo in Mexico too. Isn't that so interesting? People won't just take your shit. They care and know each other. I have that kind of mindset too. Did you watch Sailor Moon? No, I never watched Sailor Moon, but I know a lot of people who have. I don't think I was in the generation that would watch it, even if I started watching anime when I was younger. I never watched it either. Pepega Boomer. Oh, what they wear. Yeah, I don't care at all about what I wear. But to be fair, I feel like Japanese culture heavily emphasizes clothing. Or in the sense of like, there's more individuality in America. And this is a generalization, so obviously it depends. A lot of private schools have school uniforms and stuff, but I think there's more individuality in fashion in the States. I think that's actually better in the States versus Japan. Like, you pretty much, if you're not wearing a suit, then it's kind of like, you know, looked down upon, from my understanding, in business settings. Whereas here, it's much more lax. I think that's better here. Do Donkey Kong Country OST? Do they actually have Donkey Kong? That's very interesting. I wonder if it's just where different countries are, right? Was America like that 20 years ago? Maybe it was. Maybe it was like that 40 years ago. Maybe at a certain point of development, and I'm not saying the US is so highly developed compared to the rest of the world, but it is like, you know, developed country. Japan is too, obviously, but Japan is behind culturally in a lot of ways, right? So are all these places going to catch up and kind of be like how the US is culturally in a lot of ways? Because if so, I'm not really looking forward to that. But I am looking forward to the good aspects of it, you know? In America, people tell you you're special since kindergarten in Cali. In America, most people were doing drugs in the 70s. Yeah, it's like very different, you know? So that's what I'm saying. Like, do you think other countries will just naturally develop in a similar way, where everything becomes more like, you know, like I don't know how to describe it, but you know. Anyway, you wanted Donkey Kong. The Japanese work environment? Nope. Fuck that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's certain things that are better and something. But I will say, being a foreigner teacher in Japan, my own experience was amazing. That's all I can say. And I think mindset is a lot of what comes into it. When a student goes, oh my God, your eyes are so big. Like, students have to, your eyes are so big. Your nose is so big. You know? It's like, a lot of life is how you internalize and how you respond to things, right? Yeah, it seems like a lot of Americans we're too spoiled. I think we're too spoiled. That's all I'm gonna say. And well, that's what it seems like. It's the most backwater shit I've ever heard of. Yeah. Do you know? No, there's some similarity with Americans and Bangladeshi. We're both fat. Number 2, confidence, sometimes overconfidence. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't actually know that. Interesting. Donkey Kong Country OST. I actually considered like adding politics or like just this type of conversation, because it's not necessarily politics, right? On stream, I was thinking like making a new like stream or something in the future to just like talk about these topics and do research on these topics, because I find like this just life is interesting. But not until I make enough money to have the time to do that. Is it this? I don't know which song you want. Gomen nasai. You gotta do physical meetups, sits in certain positions based on your position and seniority. Yeah, seniority is a big thing. Again, I'm telling you, I think it's changing with the newer generation. Like a lot of Japanese customs and religious stuff, or like Shintoism and like going to the shrines and stuff. A lot of the kids don't know any of that. They just go there. They don't understand the meaning behind it. Like, at least from my personal experience, that's what I saw. I saw teachers asking kids, do you know this? And they're like, no. And he's like, what? How do you not know this? Jesus, I don't want to hear this song anymore. Sorry, Janelle. I'm not sure if that was the I couldn't really find it. We're gonna do Bluebird for now. I've heard stories of first I should go to this. I've heard stories of black teachers in Japan. Yep. Not using more recent technology. True. Business cards are actually cool. Meiji? I feel like that's kind of cool. Younger generation is different, I think. No. Is this why we didn't do this? Yeah, I don't wanna do that. Ta-da! People are still balls deep as if it's the golden age of the Japanese economy. Are they? I know that Japan, probably internationally, their biggest thing is probably anime. That would be my assumption right now. I remember every time I spoke I was upfront with people, right? I would legit ask teachers would do the Jozu Nihongo Jozu meme. For anyone who doesn't know, if you can speak even a tiny bit of English, Japanese people like act as if like you're amazing. Like you would be like, "Watashi no namaya wa Erioto," because my name's Elliot. Erioto, right? And if you say it like that, they would be like, "Hey, Nihongo jozu, jozu desu ne, Nihongo jozu." Like that's what they say. Like, "Oh, your Japanese is so good." And so I would legit ask. I'm like, "Bro," I legit told them. I'm like, "My Japanese is not good." I'm like, "Boku no Nihongo wa jozu janai." And they're like, "What? No, it's good. It's good." I'm like, "No, it's not good. Like I know it's not good." And then I ask them, "Why do you tell me that my Japanese is good?" And they're like, "Because you're learning it. Because Japanese, it's so interesting. I've heard this so many times. This is like the biggest, everyone says the same thing. why are you learning Japanese? That's what they would tell me. Japanese is useless to learn as a language. And I'm like, no, I could talk to you guys like that. And they're like, no, if you want to travel anywhere, no one will understand Japanese, but they'll understand English. And I was like, wow, that's like fascinating how their mindset is like, okay, I'm learning English because if I want to travel and communicate with people, I have to learn English. If I want to like not inconvenience people, I have to learn English. And I was like, wow. And that's why they respect me for knowing the little Japanese that I know, because I made an effort to learn a language that's not useful outside of Japan, which is so fascinating to me. But yeah. I didn't know people are still balls deep as if it's the golden age of Japanese economy, though, to be honest. I know that because I majored in economics and I did some research about whatever. Like, I know that economically, Japan was faring pretty bad for a while. I don't know how it is now, but I would assume it's still not really good. But yeah. As if it were, yeah. That's because the Bengali people eat lots of sweets. Just like Americans. I would say Japanese technology and games is their big thing. Japanese technology in the 80s was huge. Now not as big from my understanding, but yeah, Japanese technology is actually, Japanese internet I think is better than the US. The problem is in a lot of work environments, they use very old technology for like, I don't know what the reason is really. I guess they don't want to move on. It's too expensive to teach like their employees. I don't know. How jobs are handled in the seniority ends up managing the said positions. Yeah. You should have said, yeah, I personally got that. That's why I didn't really respond to that point, because I'm like, how jobs are handled, seniority ends up managing the said position. Oh, okay. I didn't really realize you meant that. You should have said that you wanted Ascend beyond the subtitle, peasants. Actually, one of the big reasons I want to watch anime without subtitles. I still watch with subtitles. It's easier. I like this song. But I do watch certain... I used to watch a lot of Japanese YouTube. And that was actually so cool in Japan. Honestly, it's just exposure and time. And then you're good. At a certain point, I was able to understand, like... I could probably understand stuff that Asuka doesn't know. Or, like, didn't... Like, not necessarily wouldn't understand, but... doesn't really know too well, just because I was in so many like school meetings with like coworkers. You know, I just hear them. I learned so many like terms for like school stuff, and I was able to like understand all this stuff. And sometimes I felt dumb because I would go up to kids and I would mention something and they wouldn't know it, and I was like, oh, I must be dumb, I must be saying it wrong, but they just didn't know it, and I was like, damn, I feel cool. But now I don't know anything. I could still speak Japanese better than Hebrew and Russian, probably. Which, Hebrew was my first language, technically. Even though I barely spoke it after, like, the age of 2 or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. Honestly, living with people that speak the language you want to learn is just so good for learning a language. What anime do you watch right now? I don't really watch much anime at all. But One Piece, Boruto, Tokyo Revengers, a lot of the main anime. I heard that internet in San Francisco is really, really good. Oh, I didn't know that. 1 gig, it is 1 gig everywhere, 5G everywhere. Like a big discrepancy from then and now that the older generation still fails to understand. The lifelong employment. Yes, yeah. Lifelong employment. I think in America, you see, like, that's something in America, it's already becoming a thing. Like, right? I think the average millennial holds a job for 4 years before moving on to a new job. So employers, I think, understand that more, you know? But it wasn't like that, I don't think, when I was a kid. And for my parents' generation, definitely not, you know? At least that's what I think off the top of my head. So Japan's probably going to evolve, if you call it that, to that point as well. That would be my assumption. We have so many songs now. I was with my brother and he was able to download a movie in minutes from Netflix. Korean has, I think, the best internet in the world. Korea, South Korea. North Korea, I don't know if they even have internet, but South Korea has very good internet. Everyone's on their phones all the time too, at least when I was there. Pay is dog shit compared to back then, and banks still operated as if they were in the 80s, aka the lifelong employment system. I guess. I can't really speak to employment. I know that for me, employment was great. I think one of the biggest problems with employment was that people wouldn't get paid for overtime. And I was mentioning that earlier, that I didn't really care. And a lot of the teachers didn't. But I talked to a vice principal that told me that they used to stay till like 7, 8, 9 p.m. every day for clubs. They would legit help the kids with like soccer club and stuff till 7, 8 p.m. and they wouldn't get paid for any of that. And that was changing. And because he started leaving like at 6 p.m., before I would stay up sometime. I would stay like till 7, 8 to get some work done or whatever sometimes. I don't want to know, baby. I don't want to know. Sorry. And yeah, he would like leave. So I think things are getting better. Obviously, that's only school system. That's not the big stuff, which is the business side of stuff. But yeah. Damn. I'm just getting memories of like the students right now. Some of them moved to America. So many Japanese kids are scared of like America too. They're like, bro, if I go to America, like everyone has guns, right? And I was like, no. Like, that irritates me too, to be honest. How the bad things that we have are so overemphasized and not stationed in reality. And I think that's everywhere. I think every country, every place does this. But yeah, that just annoys me. Like the fact that one of my a good amount of my students are scared of going to Japan. I mean, going to America because they're scared of like getting shot or killed or something. Like, that makes me feel sad. Like, Jesus. Statistically speaking, you'll be fine. But, I don't know. I've been watching anime. Oh, about the lifelong employment. That also reminded me of a coworker I had who didn't like teaching. And I told him, why don't you just, like, stop teaching, do something else? He's like, I can't. I can't now. I felt so bad for him, man. Because I loved my job. He didn't. He was more interested in learning English and stuff than teaching. I've been watching anime called I've Been Killing Slimes for 300 years and maxed out my levels. Oh yeah, I heard of that. When teachers gave a shit. Dude started an anime called The Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime. 95% of the teachers I've met in America don't give a flying fuck about their students. I don't know, my experience... I didn't go to rich schools, public schools, but I also didn't go to poor public schools. And my experience was that it was pretty good. But yeah, I think, at least the way it seems, I have no idea, but the way it seems is that, like, Americans care more about, I want to get paid for overtime than actually helping the kids out. But I could be wrong. I honestly believe that... like stereotypes and things that are kind of outlined in the news a lot of the time are a representative of reality in a little bit, like at least a little bit of reality. Like I think that's a thing, but it doesn't really mean that that's reality for most people, It could be that most teachers in America actually care, but I don't know. I had a teacher who was telling me that during the Vietnam War, because you would have to get drafted, right? It's myself. To avoid getting drafted, you could become a teacher. So a lot of the smart people who like maybe would have gone into engineering or something became teachers. and not necessarily just smart, right? Maybe it's just better suited to be teachers. And she was telling me how that age of teachers was like a great age of teachers because they were like good. I don't know the truth of that, but I found that interesting because I never thought of that. It's just a tidbit of history, or I guess, I don't know. Face. I was trying to read chat. Oh, it's so hard with this game. I've become, erase myself, let go of what I've done. Sometimes, I would say some of my teachers actually cared. Yeah, same. Sometimes you don't have a choice that you want to work or not. My parents were borderline broke and normally I had $50 after paying rent. That was when I was like 5. Now we're better off. Yeah, for sure. There's also the fact that... I was going to read it. Whatever pain may come, may the sense of giving what... This is the teachers and staff I've seen so far. Control freaks. Ooh, I want to bring up another fact because my mom worked in a school before. She was like a para, so she would like help like special ed kids and stuff. And from my understanding, from what she's told me and from what I've seen in Japan, and I don't know if this is true because my experience is very limited. Obviously, all of our experiences are limited to what reality is, but like, from my understanding, also I live in New York, in Brooklyn, like a big city. In Kumamoto is not a big city. There wasn't as much paperwork in Japan. If a kid fell and got hurt, the teachers like got band-aids, whatever, like, you know. Here, there's a lot of limitation, I feel like, in school, at least from my experience, and maybe that's because of city life. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah. This is the teachers and other students who are control freaks who don't like being challenged in any way. They hate being wrong and will shut down students. Okay. I don't really know what to say about that because I don't know enough about that. Yeah, we're repeating songs now, and I went an hour above what I usually like to go to because these are interesting convos. Because this game is, because it's music, but I gotta edit, so maybe we end soon. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. My dreams, they're gonna face. Now I'm a believer. Could probably add some more songs, but. Oh, this is a cool game. Ooh, I'm a believer. I'm a believer if I tried. Damn, I'm like doing so good now. How's it only 87%? I feel like I'm like oh, never mind. I feel like I do the ball the worst, maybe. Yeah, where it starts, sometimes I screw up. I got a ring. Saw her face. Believer. I don't know how my hand got used to this. It was hurting before. Now my hand is just like boom. Oh, never mind. That was I jinxed it. Tried. But this I finished episode 8. I've been killing. How do you like it? Oh. See you. See you, Nico. You should watch Mushoku Tensei. Why does that sound familiar? Sunshine, I got rain. Saw her face. I'm a believer. In the future, my hope is that I could stream whatever I want and make a living. Then I would be streaming like 8, 10 hours, 12 hours a day. Assuming that I would have the time to. And I would just delegate editing and all these things to like other people. Ah! My mouse! Okay. But now, it's not possible. Especially talking about things that make you think. I don't know, that's always fun for me. Mushoku Tensei. Read the novel. Still don't like it. Okay, that spin was really annoying. I thought the anime was really good. It's a cute show. Mushoku Tensei. Mushoku Tensei. That wasn't even B. Come on, bro. Be better. But I have unread chat. What? I said read the messages. Whatever. When a trace. I'll just put song requests on for now. Mushoku Tensei. Japanese about a jobless and hopeless man who dies. Okay. Sounds interessante. Only reason to consider it good is probably the fact that it breaks the mold of what most isekai anime are. It's a deconstruction story plus a redemption. Satri? What's a satri? I'm just joking. Okay, guys. You guys ready? You guys ready? You guys ready? I set this up today, okay? This is before we end stream. I want to do this every time before we end stream. This is gonna be super duper weird, okay? Okay? It's gonna be weird. Alright? I mean, it's not that weird. We're gonna do this and then maybe raid someone. Nah, I'm too lazy to raid. We went pretty long today. I think we're just gonna end after this, okay? Konosuba. Yeah, I saw that one. ReZero. I've only seen the first 2 episodes. You should watch Sword Art Online. I've seen that one. I think I saw. Isn't Konosuba the opening that we just listened to? It is, right? Wait, didn't you say you didn't know what it was about? Oh, wait, no. Konosuba is the... I'm dumb. Why does this look so familiar? Oh. I think I saw some kids reading the light novel in school, or I saw it on Crunchyroll. I don't know. ReZero, could be better. Damn, you're so critical. Okay, this is what we're gonna do, okay, guys? This is what we're gonna do. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. This is my first time doing this, so that sounds wrong. But that's not how I meant it. I'm gonna do this. This is gonna be really weird. Okay. First, let me press that button. Okay. No, it's supposed to be. Okay, it's fine. I'll just do it myself. It's fine. I'll just do it myself. It's fine. There's 878 Pokemon. Okay. 878. Do you have any idea how I survived living in school? Ahead of the time. Were you reading a lot of light novels? Gotcha. No, all I said was you're very critical about a lot of anime. That's all I said. Watch the ED of Mushikaki. Send it to me on Discord and I'll watch it. Sorry. This is what we're going to do, okay? I hope you guys are ready. You guys ready? Wait, I pressed the... Okay. I don't want to screw this up. Okay. I have 1 minute to pick a random Pokemon and read at least 1 entry per generation. Or else. Okay. The countdown starts now. Okay, let me spin to get a random Pokemon. What Pokemon? Just stop spinning! Okay, 500. 500. Let's go to 500. Emboar. We got Emboar. We gotta read the game entries. At least 1 entry per generation, okay? Okay. Where's the stupid game entries? Pokédex entries. Okay, good. Oh, okay, there's only 2 generations. So black, it can throw a fire punch by setting its fists on fire with its fiery chin. It cares deeply about its friends, okay? Its master's fast and powerful. Huh? A flaring beard of fires prove that it fired up. It is adept at using many different moves. Okay, then from X and Y, it can throw a fire punch by setting its fists on fire. It's literally the same thing. It cares deeply about its friends. Really? Alpha Sapphire is mastered fast and powerful fighting moves. It grows a beard of fire. Yo, we did it with 3 seconds. 3 seconds to go. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Whew. Half of you guys are probably like, what? What? What did he just... Why did he do... What? What did he just do? Listen, guys. It's for TikTok, okay? I need to make more content on other platforms to push it onto the... So it's for TikTok, okay? That's why I just did that really weird thing. Also, I thought it would be weird and funny? Or intense. Yeah, let's go with intense. I thought it was going to be intense. It's pretty intense, right? No one says anything. Everyone's just in shock by how weird I am and how random I do things. If you guys stay silent, it's even weirder for me. Just... Jesus Christ. Oh, she's great. Maybe we raid someone. Aqua's here right now. Yeah, let's raid them. Oh, this guy's actually half Japanese or Japanese? I don't remember. He's a pretty chill guy. I remember him. We're talking about stuff. And he's streaming right now. So, yeah. Link sent? Alright, I'll watch it then. Eris ends up sleeping with Reduce. Oh, I don't even know what that's about. Still better than getting sold. Oh, thanks for the follow. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thanks. Alright, let's see.
While this game loads...
Boku no Hero? Oh, he's playing Boku no Hero? But it says a late night Genshin. Genshin, I was playing Genshin when it first came out. And then I stopped because Jesus Christ, the amount of like grinding you need, it was too gacha for me. I think we'll raid him though. He's a nice guy, and I haven't talked to him in a long time. Actually, I could just stay here. All right, guys, if you want your points, you're gonna join the raid. Destiny is just a better gacha. For a second, I thought you were talking about the streamer named Destiny. I only watch like Osu and Destiny. Oh, they're not gonna watch me often. This is my first time playing Osu. Wait, is he leaving?
And then I have an Animal Crossing one right down there. And then...
Oh, okay. And then Genshin is the ultimate god. Well, I don't really play any others, but... Alright, we're gonna raid him. Alright? This channel is intended for mature audiences. Damn, we have so many viewers to raid. Just stream more Osu? Maybe in the future. For sure in the future. I don't know about now, though. Okay. Now it's hard to say. I'm trying to be Pokemon-centric. Osu was fun. I do agree with that. It's just, how am I supposed to make YouTube videos off of Osu, you know? But it was really fun. Alright, guys. Thanks for watching, and yeah. This is Ping Pong Moosters signing off.